What's the matter?
Nothing. Just that you looked a little strange, that's all. I didn't know it was you at first.
What'd you expect to come out of the sewer? The man in a gray flannel suit?
Boy, that outfit is certainly a doozy. Well, come on, let's eat our lunch.
I ain't got no lunch. My lunch is back at Brooklyn.
What'd you forget to bring it?
No, I didn't forget to bring it. I dropped it on the job here. If I'm any judge of currents, it's back in Brooklyn right now.
Don't worry about it, pal. You can eat my lunch. I'm not hungry anyway.
Wait a minute. When you offer me your lunch, it's either one of two things. Alice made you tuna fish sandwiches, or else you want to borrow money from me. Ham, you want to borrow money.
Just so happens, Norton, that I happen to have one of the greatest ideas I've ever had in my life.
Yeah?
You know that costume party they're running tomorrow night down at the Raccoon's Lodge?
Yeah.
I know how to win the very first prize, which is $50.
So do I.
How?
Have the best costume.
Certainly that's the answer, but only we know that. Take those guys. They don't have the head for it down at the lodge. Look what happens every year they run a costume party. What does Cassidy show up in? Cuts down his wife's dress and goes as tugboat Andy. Look at Riley. Throws a white sheet over his head and says he's Julius Caesar.
Wait a minute. I was talking to Riley a little while ago. This year he's going to make a change, he says. This year he's going to throw a sheet over him and go as Mark Antony.
Well, that ain't going to win him the prize either. No. My way is the only way.
What way is that?
Well, to start off with, you lend me $10. I go down to a real costuming house and get a professional costume. That means that the other guys ain't got a chance. How can they win with me running around in a professional costume and them wearing those homemade things? And get this, I invest $10. I win $50, which gives me a $40 profit.
Ralph, you are a genius.
Really think so, Norton?
I know so. Because you think like me. That's why you can't get the $10 from me. Because we're both geniuses and we think alike.
What are you talking about?
I'll tell you. Just a minute. Hey, that Flaherty, throw up that package I got down there, will you? Know what's in this here package? A costume I rented this morning for the party tomorrow night.
You rented a costume?
Certainly I rented a costume. I'm going to win the $50 prize. I told you we both think alike.
Norton, you are a snake. Of all the low-down conniving tricks to steal my idea.
What do you mean, steal your idea? It was an original idea. We both got the original idea at the same time.
Don't give me that. You never had an original idea in your life. Wait a minute, I take that back. You did have one original idea. Your idea for that kid cereal. Pablum on pizza.
Just don't laugh. Don't laugh. It's catching on.
It's catching on, huh? Well, I just want you to know what you just did. You just declared total war. Not only did you steal my idea, but you used the $10 that I was going to use to put my idea into operation. Just remember, Norton, this is total war.
All right, now, wait a minute. Just simmer down. Just simmer down. Look at the facts. Look at the facts. I got this here costume this morning. You told me about your idea a couple of minutes ago. How did I steal your idea?
I don't know how you did it, but you did it. I had this idea more than a week ago.
Well, you didn't tell me about it. How could I steal your idea, huh? How, huh?
I don't know, but you did. And it's not going to do you any good, Norton. Just remember that. It'll do you no good.
All right.
And another thing. I'm winning, pal. I'm winning, no matter what you do.
That's the way you feel about it? Nothing left to say, is there?
Just one more thing, Norton. From here on in, we are deadly enemies. I don't want to see you. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to have nothing to do with you. If you see me coming down the street, get on the other side.
When you come down the street, there ain't no other side.
Oh. Alice? I'm going to come right to the point. I don't want any beefs, no arguments. I want you to be reasonable, and I'll be reasonable. This is my request. I want $10.
All right, Ralph. Whenever you come in here with this approach, I know you're about to start in again on another one of your crazy harebrained schemes.
This is no crazy harebrained scheme. You know that the costume party is tomorrow at the lodge. I know how to win the $50 prize. All I need is the $10 to get my costume. I got it all picked out. I'm going as King Henry VIII.
Nothing doing, Ralph. I can't spare the $10.
All right. I said I'd be reasonable, and I will be. If you can't give me 10, I'll take 5. For $5, I can go as Billy the Kid.
I tell you what I will do. I'll give you a tin can. You can go as Billy the Goat.
Bang, zoom.
Listen to me, Ralph. I don't want to hear any more nonsense about renting a costume. I told you over a week ago to start making your own. Now, why don't you use some originality? Show some ingenuity. Why don't you use your brain?
Because I want to win first prize, that's why.
Well, you can work it out any way you want, Ralph. All I know is you're not getting the $10. And I gotta hurry up and get dinner ready because the Nortons are gonna be here any minute.
What are the Nortons coming down here for?
I invited them for dinner.
Oh, is that so? Well, for your information, the Nortons aren't setting foot in this house.
Ralph, I had to invite them for dinner. Don't you realize we've had dinner at their house 3 nights this week already?
That's their hard luck. I don't mind Trixie eating here, but Norton, not a morsel does he get.
Bonjour, everybody. Happy Charles Boy to you. How do you like it, Alice? I just thought I'd slip it on and see how it felt. Get the feel of it, you know.
Oh, Ed, you look wonderful. But who are you supposed to be?
I am Pierre-Francois de la Briosky.
Well, who is he?
Who is he? You never heard of him?
No.
Oh, he's been a childhood hero and idol of mine since I was a kid.
Well, what was he, a king or something?
What, you kidding? A king or something? Oh, Pierre-Francois de la Briosky was a great man. He designed and built the sewers of Paris.
Well, it certainly is quite a costume, isn't it, Ralph?
That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life.
Methinks I detect the presence of the green-eyed monster.
You don't detect nothing. I'm not jealous of you, Norton. Just remember, any dope with $10 can rent a costume. And on top of it, you stole the idea from me.
Peasant? In the words of the immortal Pierre-Francois de Briosky, la plume est de bon, si t'es bon, les feront les confitures.
Now, what is that supposed to mean?
That means wait till tomorrow night and see who the judges pick as winner at the costume ball.
You don't frighten me, pal. You think you're gonna win that ball? That gives me a laugh. That gives me a laugh. I'm the one that's gonna win it.
Oh, you're gonna win, huh?
Up to now, I wasn't interested in going into the contest. Not at all, pal. But just to teach you a lesson, once and for all, I am going into the contest with my own original costume that I will make up myself. It's not because I want to win the $50. It's not because I want to show off my talents, how good I am at originating things, but only to teach you a lesson. Now, what have you got to say to that?
In the words of the immortal Pierre-Francois de la Briosky, le plus...
Oh, shut it.
Right now, look, you can break it up right now. Dinner's almost ready. Ed, where's Trix?
She's upstairs. She's come down in a little while.
They can sit down and eat first. I'll wait. Won't hurt me to wait a couple of hours to eat.
No, it won't hurt you, but it'll be tough on the farmers.
Come on, Ed. You sit down. I want to take a look at the roast.
Bellevue is calling.
Ralph, what are you doing?
I'm making my costume. That's what I'm doing.
With the icebox door?
Yes, with the icebox door. Don't get upset. I'll put it back on tomorrow.
But, Ralph, by tomorrow, all the food that's in there will be spoiled.
Don't worry about that. Just invite him down. He'll eat it.
What kind of a costume can he be making?
I don't know, but if he took the whole icebox, I'd say he was going as a junk man.
Ralph!
I need knobs. You said use your imagination? Well, my imagination says I need knobs.
Well, that's just great, Ralph. Now, supposing I need something in that drawer, how am I going to get it open?
There's nothing that you'll want that's in that drawer that can't wait till tomorrow. Where's the flashlight?
It's in with the things that can wait till tomorrow.
Hey, Ralph, come on. Will you tell me what kind of a costume are you making anyway?
I knew you were going to ask that question. But you'll get no answer from me. You stole one idea from me. You're not stealing this one. Just remember that, pal. It's in the thing that can wait till tomorrow, huh? Who I'd like
All right.
What is he doing anyway?
Tell you what I'm doing. I'm making a costume that's going to make a fool of you, pal. That's going to look like a piece of French cheesecloth when I'm finished. And you are going to look even sillier than that sissy hero of yours, that Briosky or whatever his name is.
Oh, wait a minute. Just a minute. You're talking about a great man. A great man who designed and built the sewers of Paris.
Sure, he built the sewers of Paris. Anybody that dresses like that's got to have a place to hide.
You can go so far, Rob. I'm not taking any more of this. I don't care if you insult me. You can call me anything you like. But when you insult Pierre-Francois de Lebrowski, you insult the honor of France. I challenge you to a duel. Do you have any seconds?
I got some seconds. I got 2 seconds. And you better use them to get out! Get out!
Ralph, can I come in now?
No, you can't. I haven't got the whole costume on yet, and I don't want to see it until I get it all on. I want you to get the full effect of this.
I hope you know it's getting late, Ralph. I'd like to get in there and wash up.
We'll wash up in the kitchen sink.
I can't. You're using the faucet as part of your costume. I can't play the radio because you're using the tubes. I can't even open the window because you got the sash cord.
Get ready! I'm coming out! got you spellbound, huh? Thought I couldn't do it, didn't you, Alice? Can you see the faces on them down there when I walk in with this? You gotta admit it, Alice. You gotta admit it. When the chips are down, I'm ready to go. The wheels are turning up here at all times. Well, what do you think?
I think you're nuts.
None of your funny stuff, Alice. What do you think of the costume?
Well, I gotta admit, it certainly is original, Ralph. But there's one question I'd like to ask you. You're losing it already.
Let me have that. That's my denaturizer.
While we're on the subject, what are you supposed to be?
What am I supposed to be? The man from space.
Oh, is that what a man from space looks like?
What's the matter? Aren't you up on current events? Don't you read the papers? Don't you read comic books? That's the trouble with you. You don't know the latest developments.
I don't know the latest developments. Who is it that lets your pants out every other day?
Oh, you're a riot, Alice, a regular riot. Regardless of what you say, this is going to win the first prize. They'll know what I am down there.
Ralph, you asked me what I thought of your costume, so I told you. I did not recognize you as a man from space, and no matter what you think, the judges are not going to recognize it either.
It's just a matter of time, Alice, that's all. We'll be there in an hour or so, and we'll find out.
Well,
I don't care about the $50. I just want to teach Norton a lesson.
don't be too confident, Ralph. Norton looked pretty cute in that outfit of his.
Pretty cute. There's a laugh. Oh!
Oh, it's you, Ralph. Boy, you had a scare there for a minute. I thought we were being invaded.
Invaded? Did you hear that, Alice? It didn't take him long to find out that I'm the man from space.
Space? Who said anything about space? I thought we were being invaded by Sherman tanks.
Well, this is what I made from the stuff around the house.
Yeah?
What's your opinion?
Well, frankly, I liked it better when it was furniture.
Well, no matter what you think, I'm walking off with the prize. This will make a fool out of you, and your costume alongside of this is going to look like a piece of French cheesecloth. And it's going to make you look sillier than that French hero of yours.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd rather not hear you mention that Briosky's name anymore today.
Why not? I thought he was your idol, the man who built the sewers.
Well, I did a little reading up on him today. He didn't build the sewers. He condemned them.
That must have came as a terrible blow to you.
Oh, well, c'est la gloire. What have we here? Look who strolled into the lounge. And what's your name, little girl, and how old are you?
My name is Alice, and I'm 12, going on 12 and a half. What do you think, Ralph? How do you like it?
Where's the other half of that costume?
Ralph, I'm supposed to be a 12-year-old girl.
Your knees are showing.
Of course my knees are showing. A 12-year-old girl's knees are supposed to show.
Not any 12-year-old girl that's married to me. You walk into that party, everybody will be looking at your knees.
All right, Ralph, I'll fool them. I'll walk in backwards.
I got some awful news. Oh, so Mally could cry.
Look, simmer down. What do you mean, cry? Crying never solved anything. Remember the old saying, laugh and the world laughs with you, crying you cry alone? What's the bad news? What?
Your foreman called. There's an emergency up at the 225th Street sewer, and he wants you to go up there right away.
Well, I don't want to work tonight.
He said if you don't go, you'll lose your job.
Oh, that's a shame, Ed.
Yeah, what are you going to do, Ed?
Well, what can you do at a time like this? Duty calls? You got to answer the call to duty, that's all. Just one of those days for me, I guess. First of all, I find out that my hero, my childhood idol, Pierre Francois de la Briosky, is a phony. I waste 50 cents on some new snuff today. Now I gotta go to work. La plus musique on les chouchis. Yeah, or not.
I guess it's time we pick the winner, huh?
Yeah, we might as well get it over with.
Gotta get on with the costume contest?
Yes, sir.
Look, Ralph, will you stop bothering us?
It isn't me. I'm in no hurry. It's just the rest of them. They're all impatient. I'll go in and tell them to keep their shirts on. Say, did you happen to get a load of Cassidy's costume? He's got his wife's dress on again, tugboat Annie, same as last year. Riley's got the sheet again.
Yeah.
Julius Caesar. Did you get a good look at my outfit?
Well, all right, Ralph. I'm ready. Bring them in now. Bring them in.
Let's go.
All right, everybody. They're gonna judge the contest.
Oh, come on, Fred. Hurry on, everybody. Come on. Come on, line up.
Now, friends, we've narrowed the contest down to 2 people. But before we make our final choice, we want to see them again. Now, first, we have Ralph Kramden.
I had no idea.
We chose Kramden for his wonderful impersonation of a pinball machine.
Pinball machine?
Well, sure, that's what you're supposed to be, ain't it?
Oh, certainly.
And next, we have Pete Woodruff. We chose Woodruff for his costume depicting a playboy of the Roaring 20.
It's a nice rented costume you have there, Pete. It's all rented.
Well, we have decided who the winner is. The winner is... Well, who are you?
Me, Norton. No, am I too late for the eats?
Well, you may be too late for the eats, Norton, but you're not too late to win the first prize. $50 for the man from space.
To go?
Yeah, I'm waiting for my brother-in-law. He's going to pick me up.
Oh, good. How long are you going to stay at your sister's?
Oh, just till tomorrow afternoon. Say, Alice, I cleaned out my refrigerator, and it's defrosting now, and I was wondering if you'd go up tomorrow morning and turn it back on for me.
Oh, sure.
I'd ask Norton to do it for me, but every time he looks into an empty icebox, it makes him cry. Oh, look, I'll give you the key. Here it is.
All right. I'll have Ed for dinner tomorrow night.
Oh, good.
I wish I could have him tonight, Trix, but we're going over to my mother's for supper.
Oh.
See, the whole family's gathering because my Uncle Leo's in town from Utica.
You mean Ralph's going along to your mother's with you?
Well, he said he was, but I think that was just to keep everything calm until he goes into his act.
His act?
Oh, sure. He knows we're supposed to leave as soon as he gets home.
Yeah.
But if I know my Ralph, the minute he comes through that door, you're going to see the most exhausted, worn-out man in the world. He's going to say, Alice, in all my 15 years of driving a bus, this is the worst day I ever had. Then he'll drag his weary body over and collapse in this chair and say, oh, never thought I'd make it. Then to top it all off, Trixie, he'll probably say, I wish I could go to your mother's with you, honey, but I'm afraid you'll just have to go without me.
Oh, you're exaggerating.
No, it's the way it goes.
Oh, that's terrible.
In all the 15 years that I have been driving a bus, this is the worst day I have ever had in my life. Oh, I never thought I'd make it. Hiya, Trix.
Hi.
Alice, I'd love to go with you to your mother's tonight, but I'm afraid you'll have to go by yourself.
Ralph, you can't stay home here. I have nothing prepared for supper.
Doesn't make any difference. I'm too tired to eat anyway. I'm going in, put some water on my face before I collapse. Don't worry about me eating. I haven't got the energy to pick up a fork.
My boy is too tired to eat. In exactly 10 seconds, he's going to yell out here, Alice, any leftovers from last night's supper? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Alice, any leftovers from last night's supper?
He sure sticks to the script.
He sure does.
That must be my brother-in-law. Harvey, I'll be right down. I'll see you tomorrow. honey.
Okay, Trix. Have a wonderful time. Give my
I
love to
will.
your sister.
Yeah, thanks. Bye-bye, dear.
Bye-bye.
Didn't you hear me? I asked you if you had any leftovers from last night's supper.
Ralph, we're eating at my mother's.
I told you I am not going to your mother's. I'm too tired, and I got to get to bed early.
You'll still get to bed early. We'll go to mother's, eat supper, and come right home.
Now, you know I'm not that kind of a man. I'm not the kind that eats and runs.
Eats and runs. The way you eat, you're lucky if you can walk.
If I wasn't tired, would you get yours?
You're not tired, Ralph. You're just putting on an act because you want me to go to my mother's without you. And I know why. You're going somewhere.
You're absolutely right. I am going somewhere. I'm going right to bed. And do you know why? Because tomorrow at 8 o'clock, I got to take my annual physical for the bus company. That's why.
Oh, you finally came up with a new one.
A new one, huh? You think it's a lie? Huh? All right. There's the card telling me to report at 8 o'clock. Maybe you'll believe me from now on.
Oh, Ralph, I'm so sorry. Maybe I should get you something hot for your supper.
No, that's all right. I don't want anything special. I'm too tired to eat. You go ahead. Don't worry about me.
You sure you'll be all right?
I'll be okay.
All right, sweetie. Well, I'll be home early anyway.
Don't rush on my account. It's okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
Norton! Come on down!
Well, Alfie Boy and I tonight is the night. We take
Yes,
that
sir.
Bayonne team, we'll be the bowling champ to the whole Raccoon Lodge.
Don't worry, pal. We'll win.
Well, we better. Well, that Bayonne bunch has been riding us ever since they won the National Raccoon Mambo Championship. They wouldn't have won that except some guy slipped in a Spade Cooley record. Well, tonight is going to be different.
Yeah? Hey, you don't know how close I came to having to go with Alice to her mother's.
Well, it's your fault, your fault. Keep making up alibis and excuses and everything. Why don't you just put your foot down and say, Alice, I'm going bowling.
Get a load of who's talking. How about the night that Trixie insisted that you go with her to her mother's house? The night we were going to play pool.
Well, we ended up playing pool, didn't we?
Yeah, you and me against her and her mother.
Well, I'll never forget that shellacking we took that night.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, wait a minute, Ralph. Before we go, before we get with the guys, I'd just like to say something to you. That throughout this here tournament, you've been an inspiration to all of us. Believe me. And if we win this here championship, it'll be because of you.
Thanks, Norton. And may I say that I have a feeling I'm going to play tonight like I have never played before.
Cool.
It looked like rain, so I thought I'd just get my... Ralph, how could you do such a thing?
I think I forgot something. If you need me, I'll be upstairs.
You knew you were going bowling all the time.
Look, Alice, I can't help it. It's the big match tonight. It's the championship game. If it was any other night, I'd go with you to your mother's. Honest, that's the truth.
I don't know what's the truth anymore, Ralph. You came home tonight and you said you were tired. That was the truth. You told me you wanted to go to bed early. That was the truth. Then you told me you had a company physical to take in the morning. I suppose that was the truth.
That was the truth, Alice.
And you've got a company physical in the morning, and yet you'd go out bowling and risk passing it?
What do you mean, risk passing? What's bowling got to do with it?
What's bowling got to do with it? The last time you went bowling, you hurt your back and you couldn't even straighten up.
That was not on account of bowling. It was on account of a cold.
That's what you say. Now, you listen to me, Ralph. You are not going bowling.
I gotta go, Alice. I promised the guys.
The guys? What about me, Ralph? What about your job? What about our future? Listen, Ralph, if you want to go out and go bowling tonight and take a chance on hurting your back and jeopardizing your job and everything else without passing that physical, well, then just go right ahead and do it. You're a grown man now. There's nothing I can do about it.
Norton! Norton! Call up Schultz. Tell him he's gonna play instead of me. I'm not going. I'm not going. Well, are you satisfied?
You want to go with me now, Ralph?
No, I don't want to go with you. I'm going to bed.
All right.
Have a good time.
Ralph, listen to me, Ralph. You gotta play with us. Schultz can't bowl tonight. He's gotta work tonight. There's not a guy in the club that can bowl over 100. Come on.
I am not going.
Well, I'm not saying you should, Ralph. Because if you're not going bowling, I think you probably got a very good reason for not going.
I have a great reason for not going, and I'm not going.
I'm sure you have got a good reason. Well, I guess that we just have to face it. Without you bowling tonight, we're gonna get beat.
Well, you'll just have to get beat, that's all.
Yeah. Well, I guess it ain't the end of the world. Fellas will get over their disappointment sooner or later. I tell them that the reason you're not bowling is that you just made up your mind not to go bowling. That it's got nothing to do with Alice, that you're not afraid of her. Because I happen to know that you're not afraid of Alice. That you just made a decision, and a man of your caliber, when he makes a decision, nothing in this world or nobody can change it. Eddie Malloy's bride-to-be is going to be there tonight. Of course, the wedding may not come off when she sees the shellacking he's going to get. Herman Gruber has set up a nice victory feed for us. 3 kinds of pizza. Pig's knuckles and sauerkraut. And that Neapolitan knockwurst that you like so much. Well, I guess he'll be able to unload that on a Bayonne bunch. Freddie's going to take it tough, too. His 73-year-old mother is coming over from Canarsie. It's a shame that she has to see her boy get beat. Well, you made up your mind not to go bowling, and that's it. I guess you can't win them all. So long, pal. I knew that Neapolitan knockwurst would get you.
Let's go, pal. Let's go.
Easy, watch it. Easy. Lower, easy. Easy. Well, how are you, pal? Is there anything I can get you? A glass of water? Would you say that was yes or no?
Ralph, I can't tell you how sorry we are. After all you did for us tonight, look, we'd never have been able to beat Bayonne and win the championship if it hadn't have been for you. Get the doctor on the phone.
Yeah, he said if there's no complications, it sounds to him like it's a simple wrench back. Now, if Ralph sleeps on a heating pad all night, it could be gone in the morning. But if it doesn't go away, he wants you to come and see him in the morning.
Look. Let me take care of it. Will you fellas go?
Okay.
He's in my hands.
Take it easy,
Okay.
Ralph.
Take care of yourself.
Yeah.
Ralph.
Easy does it.
So long, Doc.
Don't slam the door. Easy. How are you, pal?
I'm dying. My back is killing me. I gotta do something about my back, Norton, before Alice gets here. She's gonna know I was bowling.
I know. That's why I got rid of the guys. I didn't want them to find out about the Alice situation. I didn't want them to get the impression that you're afraid of Alice.
This is serious, Norton. It's not only that my back hurts, but I'm half hot and I'm half cold.
Yeah?
My head's red hot and my feet are ice cold. You know what it is to have a hot head and cold feet?
I know how it is. I get that way any August day in the sewer when it's high tide. Hot up here, cold down there. And now, just take it easy. Take it easy. You're all overworked from excitement and shock.
I don't feel good, Norton. I'm burning up.
Hey, I'll take your temperature. You got a thermometer?
Yeah, it's in the drawer.
Now then, when I take this temperature, when you find out you ain't got no fever, then your mind will be relieved. Because if you haven't got no temperature, then nothing's wrong with you. Wait a minute.
Come on, Norton.
Wait. Just hold it there. That's all. Just hold it there. That's it. And all a little while, just hold it there in your mouth. I'm just a little hungry, Ralph, that's all.
How can you eat when I'm in dire pain like this?
Don't get excited, will you? Let me find out if you got a fever. If you don't have a fever, then your mind will be relieved. We'll put the heating pad on just like the doc says. You'll be all right in the morning. You'll be your own fat, jolly self. Let me see.
Well, what is it, Norton?
Wait a minute. I'm trying to see it in the light. I got to find that little red line. Wait a minute. Hey, Ralph, what's the normal temperature? Around 98, isn't it?
98.6.
What would you say a bad temperature is?
102, 103. What is it, Norton? What is my temperature? What's my temperature, Norton? 111.
Why did it have to be you? Prime of life?
Can't see the red thing.
Here, wait a minute. Here, right there.
Norton,
What?
did you do that when you looked at the thermometer?
Yeah. Couldn't see it. I had trouble seeing it, so I had to hold up the lights. Ralph, that means you don't have 111. You're going to be around.
I'm sorry. You got that! You're going to be all right now. We'll put the heating pad on. You'll be just as good as new, just like the doc said.
I can't put any heating pad on. If Alice sees a heating pad, she'll know I've been bowling. I've got to do something, Norton.
Hey, wait a minute. I think I got an idea. Trixie's away overnight. Come up to my place. Be my guest. You can have the heating pad on all night.
What excuse am I going to give Alice for staying up there all night? Wait a minute.
What?
Does Alice know that Trixie's away?
Oh, yeah, sure, she
She knows that you're all alone?
Yeah.
Remember that sleepwalking attack you had?
Yeah, so what?
Alice still remembers that. Now, look. As soon as Alice gets home, you'll be upstairs. You come down here like you're walking in your sleep, see?
Yeah.
I'll say to Alice, isn't that a shame? Trixie isn't home. He's all alone. He's liable to kill himself, walk off a building or something. Then I'll say, I better go upstairs with him and keep an eye on him all night. And in that way, we can put the sleeping pad on and everything will be all right.
Boy, oh boy, what a brain, Ralph. I'm telling you, the plans you think up, this city is lucky to have you on the side of the law.
Look, I better get on my feet and straighten up a little bit so she doesn't notice anything's wrong when she comes in.
Yeah. That's it.
How does that look? Does that look natural?
Well, it looks all right if you're practicing to be an airplane spotter. Here, let me help you. I'm sorry, Ralph, but the way you were standing there, you looked like the Leaning Tower of Pizza.
Pizza.
It may be pizza. I know pizza when I say it.
Will you go upstairs and get ready to come down here?
Wait a minute. When do I come down? How do I know when to come down?
Yeah. Look, when I want you to come down, I'll make believe that I want to see how the weather is out, and I'll go to the window and I'll say, it looks like rain. That'll be your cue to come down.
It looks like rain. Okay. Now, Ralph, now that your troubles are almost over, do you mind if I make a small withdrawal from the icebox?
I certainly do. I don't want you to go near that icebox. Now, will you get upstairs?
Okay.
I'll see if Ralph's asleep, Uncle Leo.
Well, I sure hope he isn't. I'd hate to leave town without seeing Ralph.
Uh-huh. Oh, Ralph, you're still up.
Yeah.
Look who's here. Uncle Leo.
Hi, Uncle Leo.
Hello, Ralph. Say, I'm mighty glad I don't have to go back to Utica without saying hello to my favorite nephew. Ralph, it's good to see you.
Wasn't it nice of Uncle Leo to drive me home so he could see you?
Just great.
When was the last time I saw you, Ralph?
Oh, about a year ago.
You haven't changed a bit. No, sir. Still the same old Ralph. It's good to see you.
Hey.
Now, remember, you kids have got to come up to Utica sometime around Christmas. And Sarah will just love to have you. Well, good night, Alice.
Good night.
Goodbye, Ralph.
What happened?
Baby, nothing. I was just yawning.
Yawning.
I'm tired.
Sounded like feeding time at the zoo. Come on, Ralph, let's get to bed.
Before I go to bed, I'd like to check on the weather a little bit.
Check on the weather.
Yeah, I want to see if it's raining out or not. Paper said it might rain. Whoa, it certainly looks like rain tonight.
Well, Ralph, now that the whole neighborhood knows that it looks like rain, what do you say we go to bed?
All right, I'll be right in.
You have to get up early in the morning, you know. You got to take that exam tomorrow.
I'll be there.
Come on.
Whoa. You must be walking in her sleep again, Alice.
Oh, Ralph, this is terrible. He did it once before. Do you remember?
Yeah, what should I do?
Well, you can't wake him up. It's very dangerous to awaken a sleepwalker.
It is?
Yes.
But, gee, Trixie shouldn't leave him alone like this.
No.
When he's like that, he's liable to walk off a building or something. You know, maybe I ought to follow him and go upstairs with him and keep an eye on him all night.
That's a good idea, Ralph. I'll get your pajamas.
That's fine.
Hey, Ralph. There's nothing up in my icebox. Can't I get something to eat? My stomach is full.
Stay out of the icebox!
I'm hungry.
I brought you your robe, too.
Thank you
Because
very
I
much.
thought you might get chilly upstairs.
All right, sweetheart. Oops, there he goes.
Don't forget to stop down for your lunchbox because I've got a load of fried chicken in the icebox.
Oh, I'll be down.
Hi, Alice. Oh, hiya, Trix. Did you have a good time at your sister's?
Oh, wonderful, Alice. But tell me, did you finally get Ralph to go to your mother's with you?
No, I didn't. He wanted to stay home and get a good night's sleep because he had to take a
Oh.
company physical this morning.
Well, that's sensible.
Yes, but you know what I found out?
Huh?
He was planning to sneak out and go bowling last night.
I mean, he was going to go bowling before his physical with his bad back?
That's right.
Oh,
But as soon as I found out, I put my foot down and I said, you just stay home.
well, that's what you got to do, Alice. Believe me, these men we're married to, you just got to treat them like children.
I know. Wait a minute. Come in.
Hi, Alice.
Hiya, Fred.
Oh, Trix, how are you?
Hi.
Ralph here?
Ralph? No, he's not home from work yet.
But then he was able to go to work today, huh?
Oh, of course.
Oh, his back must be better, huh?
His back.
Yeah, when we left him last night, his back was hurting him so much, we thought maybe he couldn't go to work today. Alice, you should really be proud of him. Without him, we couldn't have won that bowling tournament last night.
The bowling tournament?
Sure. As a matter of fact, Alice, that's why we came over here. Tell her, Charlie.
Well, Mrs. Kramden, would you tell Ralph that on behalf of the Raccoons, we'd like to offer him this Player of the Year trophy for his outstanding achievement in last night's tournament. Boy, I'd like to see the expression on his face when he sees this, huh?
Yeah. Oh, Alice, as soon as he comes home, will you be sure he gets it?
Oh, he'll get it all right.
Trixie?
Night.
Settle that for us, huh?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, how do you like that, Trixie?
Well, like I said, children.
Yeah. Telling you, trying to fool me when he said that he was going to go right to bed and get a good night's
Yeah.
sleep. He went bowling, hurt his back.
Oh, hi, Trix. I just was up in your...
Hi, Ralph. Yeah, I got to get upstairs. Oh, boy. Bye, Alice.
Bye, Ann.
I'll see you later.
All right, Trixie.
Hi, Aunt.
Hi, Ralph. How did everything go?
Oh, fine. Passed the physical with flying colors.
I'm so glad. Now, wasn't I right to tell you not to go bowling last night, Ralph?
Yep, you sure were. Now, is there anything to
Because
eat?
you know, if you'd gone bowling, you might have hurt your back.
Well, I might have at that. You know, can't argue with logic. What are we going to have to eat now?
I know how much you enjoy bowling, too, Ralph.
Well, you
But
know.
it's just a game, and driving a bus is your livelihood.
That's right, if it's a toss-up between the two.
Yes.
What do we got to eat now?
Gee, it must be a terrible disappointment to a team, Ralph, when the star player doesn't show up.
Yeah, I guess they just have to go ahead and lose.
By the way, what happened with your team last night when you didn't show up?
I guess they lost. What's for supper? I'm
They couldn't win
starving.
without you?
I don't think so.
Well, I'm glad you made your decision last night, Ralph, and stuck to it.
Thank you. Is there anything to eat now I'd like to eat?
I know that if you had to make that decision again, you would make the same decision you made last night, wouldn't you, Ralph?
Positively, absolutely, and certainly. Now, can I please have my supper? What's for supper?
Why don't you start with this?
Checking new installation. Bensonhurst 07741. Okay, thank you. Everything's in working order, miss.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you ever so much.
You're welcome. Bye.
Bye. Trixie? This is Alice. Yeah. Guess where I'm calling you from? No. No, I'm home. In my apartment. Yeah. I got a phone. Just now.
Oh, Trixie, it's the most beautiful phone you ever saw. It's black. Yeah, rush right down and see it. Okay. Alice, what a surprise! But after 15 years, how did you ever get Ralph to change his mind?
I didn't. He doesn't know anything about it yet.
You mean you had this phone put in without telling him?
That's right.
Yeesh.
Well, I just had to do it, Trix. You know, every time the bus company wants to get in touch with Ralph, they got to send a man over here. And ever since my mother moved out to Astoria, I just haven't been able to get in touch with her at all. So I had to have a telephone, but the only trouble is I don't know how I'm going to break it to Ralph. If I could just get him in a good mood before he sees it.
Well, you better get him in a good mood while he's still out in the hall, because he's going to see that as soon as he comes through the door.
Yeah. I know, I'll hide it.
Yeah, good idea.
Go right in here.
Yeah, that's swell.
Now, I can wait, you see, till I get him in a good mood, and then I'll tell him about it.
I'll keep my fingers crossed for you.
Okay, Trix.
Well, hiya, sweetheart.
Hiya, dear.
And how is the charming Mrs. Norton?
Oh, I'm fine, thanks. I'll see you later, Alice. I better be going.
All right, Trix.
Lovely girl, that Trixie.
Oh, Ralph, I'm so glad you're in a good mood, because there's something I just got to tell you.
Oh, hey, before you tell me anything, let me tell you something. You know that guy that works down, he's a bus driver down at the depot, Joe Lustig?
Uh-huh.
You know, the guy that's always making those stale jokes about me being slightly overweight?
Mm-hmm.
Well, last night he goes home to dinner, see, and he sits down. No sooner does he sit down to eat, the telephone rings. And they want him to come down and take some guy's place who's sick, you know, take over the shift. Well, he gets on, he says, I don't want to do this. He starts complaining and beefing, you know. He says, it's not my turn.
Well, whose turn was it?
It was my turn. But because we haven't got a telephone, they can't get me. So he had to go down and take over the shift. Imagine that. I get out all the dirty work because we haven't got a phone. Well, anything to eat?
Yeah. I'll get you supper for you right away, Ralph.
All right. What did you want to tell me?
Oh, that? I took your blue pants to the cleaners.
Oh, fine. Well, I'm going in and wash up. I'll be right out now.
All right, Ralph.
Did I just hear a telephone?
A telephone? Oh, yeah, I know. It's the windows open.
Could have swore it was right in this room.
It sounds that way. Yeah.
Well, I don't know why I have to listen to other people's telephones.
You didn't close the window all the way. Hello? No, it isn't. You have the wrong number. All right, Ralph. Kill me.
Alice, that phone is going out.
If you'll calm down for 1 minute, I'll give you a dozen good reasons why we need that phone.
Yeah, and I'll give you a big reason why we can't have the phone. We can't afford it.
Oh, Ralph, a telephone isn't a luxury anymore. It's a necessity.
A necessity, huh? They put this in this afternoon. I'll guarantee you've been on it 30 times already.
I made one call, Ralph. One call. I spoke to Trixie.
Trixie? Upstairs? You called her on the phone to talk to her upstairs? What's the matter? Yelling out the window is too good for you now? What, was it raining out?
Yelling out the window is bad manners.
Don't you make any nasty remarks about my mother. She's been yelling out the window for 80 years.
Yeah? And before she lost her voice, there were more people listening to her than to Amos and Andy. Now, you listen to me, Ralph. That phone is staying here. Everybody but us has a telephone. All you're worried about is the money. Well, you can just stop worrying, because I'll figure out some way to pay for that phone. I'll just, I'll cut down on something.
I know what you'll cut down on. My food. That's what you'll cut down on, Alice. My food. We'll have a phone, but I won't have anything to eat.
Oh, Ralph.
Don't old Ralph me. I'm sick and tired of hearing that old Ralph. The bills will get bigger and bigger, and I'll get less to eat. I'll start losing weight. Then you know what I'll look like?
Yeah, a human being.
Oh, are you gonna get yours?
Listen, Ralph. If you'd just stop being so stubborn, you'd realize that we do need a phone. It is just as important for you as it is for me.
Oh, it has nothing to do with me, because when I'm working all day, you'll be making calls. And then when I'm home at night, you'll be getting them. That phone is for you. You.
Hello? Yeah. It's for you.
Hello. Shut up.
All right, Ralph. What'd you hang up on Norton for?
Because he's a nut, calling me up to congratulate me about having a telephone. Now, look, let's get something straight right now, right here and now. A man's home is just like a ship. And on this ship, I am the captain. I am the captain of this ship. Do you understand that? You are nothing but a lowly third-class seaman. That's all you are. Your duties are to get the mess, swab the deck, and see that the captain feels good. That's all you have to do. Remember, you're nothing but a lowly third-class seaman. I'm the captain. Where are you going?
Seaman Kramden, 3rd class, is retiring to the poop deck until this big wind blows over.
Hey. What's the idea of hanging up on me on the phone and just called to tell you how happy I was that you finally come to your senses and got a telephone?
Is that so? Well, that phone's going out in the morning. Look, I know a phone is a necessity, but you don't know Alice like I know Alice. She and her mother get together on that phone, that's the end of everything. If her mother caught a cold, she'd be on that phone 20 times a day just to say gesundheit. First thing you know, the neighbors find out I got a phone call, but they start coming in here, sponging on me. Can I call this one up? Can I call that one up?
Hey, Ralph, that reminds me. Can I use your phone?
Didn't you just hear what I said?
Just one call.
Is it an important call?
Look, would I ask if it wasn't important?
Go ahead, but make it short.
Thank you.
Will you make the call?
Thank you.
Was that the important call you had to make?
Well, isn't knowing the right time important? Besides, I didn't talk too long, did I?
You're going to pay me for that call. You're going to pay me for that call.
I hate to bring this up, Ralph, but you leave me no other choice. In the past 15 years, you've used my phone a few times, you know.
All right. Don't throw that up to me. Just tell me how many times I use it, and I'll pay you for it.
All right, I'll tell you. You owe me $176.30.
Let me have that, and I'll check it with my figures.
Oh, no, you don't.
What do you mean, no, I don't?
Yep.
Oh.
What was that?
I'll tell you what that is. She wanted to find out if I'm still here. She can't wait to get on that phone and start gabbing with everybody.
Of course she won't get on the phone. Don't be silly. She's going to run up a big bill when you go away or something.
All right, pal. Well, make believe we're going out bowling. As soon as I get down the street, I'll duck into a candy store and make a call. I'll call this number, and I'll bet you $10 that it's busy. Bensonhurst 07741. Take your... We're going bowling now, Alice. Be back later.
Hello. I'm sorry to bother you, Mrs. Kramden, but I was hoping maybe you could help me.
Oh, sure. What's the matter?
Well, a friend of mine's babysitter disappointed them, and well, I was hoping you might know someone.
Oh, gee, I'd love to help you out, but I don't know anyone. See, wait a minute. How much does a babysitter get?
50 cents an hour, and these people only live 3 blocks from here.
Mr. Simpson, I'll do it.
Oh, that's fine. What's your telephone number?
Well, have you got a pencil in there?
Yes, I have. And here.
Bensonhurst.
Mm-hmm.
Bensonhurst.
Bensonhurst.
0.
0.
77.
77.
41.
41.
And by the way, before I forget, since I don't want Ralph to know about this, could you ask your friends to call me before 6? Because that's when he usually gets home.
Oh, sure, I understand. Now, these people that you're sitting for tonight are the Bartvelds.
Uh-huh.
And they live at 383 Himrod Street, apartment 4D.
383. I'll remember that, and I can be there in about 15 minutes.
Oh, that'll be fine, Mrs. Kramden. How can I ever thank you?
Oh, Mrs. Simpson, I can't thank you enough.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. You tell them I'll be right over.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
So you heard me coming, huh? And got off the phone.
Ralph, I wasn't on the phone.
Don't stand there and give me a bare-faced alibi like that you weren't on the phone. I've been calling this number the last 15 minutes, and it's been busy. If I called Bensonhurst 07740 once, I called it 400 times, and each time it was busy.
Bensonhurst 07740.
That's right, and each time it was busy.
Mm-hmm. Well, our number is Bensonhurst 07741. I want to tell you something, Ralph. We've had our differences before. We've argued and we've fought and everything else, but everything was always out in the open. Each one knew how the other one felt. But this rushing in here like this, why didn't you just come in and ask me if I was on the phone? Didn't you think I'd tell you the truth, Ralph?
Guess I had the wrong number.
I guess I married the wrong number, Ralph.
That's fine, Frank. That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
How'd you like the show last night?
Oh, great, Harvey, just great.
The wife and I have a date tonight. When I called her from the office this afternoon, she still hadn't found a sitter.
Say, why don't you call the woman we used last night?
Huh?
Oh, she's very, very nice. Very, very good.
Well, what's her name?
Alice Kramden. She lives right near you, too. Look, I'll give you her phone number.
Hey, that sounds great. I'll write it down in my book as soon as I get out of the chair here.
Great.
All right. The other barber will be here in just a minute.
Okay, pal. Norton, are you sure this is gonna work? Don't you think I ought to call her up and see if she's still steamed at me?
Oh, no, I like this way better. Complete surprise. You walk in there with flowers, candy, smooth shave, you know, the skin a woman loves to touch. It'll work.
But suppose it doesn't work.
What do you got to lose? You can smell the flowers, eat the candy. Tomorrow morning, you don't have to shave.
I guess maybe you're right. After I tell her she can keep the phone, that ought to please her.
Certainly. Wait till she finds out that you're giving up the lodge meet tonight to take her to the floor show at the Hong Kong Gardens. You're a cinch.
You're right.
Who's next?
That's me, pal.
Here. Haircut?
No, just a shave. What's the matter with you? Don't you realize that this is this man's place of business? How would you like him to come down to the sewer where you're working? How help himself to anything down there?
Help himself to what?
Sit down and read a magazine.
Hey, Ralph. Esquire.
Will you sit down?
All done, Mr. Wolstetter. Thank you.
I better give you that phone number now, Harvey.
Oh, that's right. Look, you think she's free tonight?
Oh, yeah. Look, her husband's busy on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays, you know? Just make sure you call before 6. Now, here you are. Let's see. Oh, there it is, see? The phone number is Bensonhurst 07741. Got it? And her name is Alice Kramden.
Who was that guy?
Wolstetter, Harvey Wolstetter.
Harvey Wolstetter. Wait. Leave me alone. I'm going to take him apart.
Wait a minute, Ralph. Maybe he's talking about some other Alice Kramden.
Another Alice Kramden? With Bensonhurst 0?
Remember last night you were wrong.
Maybe you're right. but I gotta find out.
Wait a minute. If you go home now and accuse her of anything and she's not wrong, she'll never forgive you.
All right. But I just gotta go home and find out. I won't let on.
Listen.
I'll walk in, I'll be cheerful, happy,
The most
pleasant.
important thing of all, when you walk in there, don't let her suspect that anything is wrong.
I won't. I'll be pleasant. I'll be smiling.
Wait a minute. That'll be a dead giveaway. Why don't you walk in like you always do?
Leave me alone.
Yes, Mr. Wallstetter, I have a pad and pencil now. Uh-huh. 465 Van Buren Street, apartment 3C. Uh-huh. Oh, dear, that's awfully early. You see, my husband isn't home from work yet, and I have to give him his supper, and I'll make it as soon as I can. Goodbye. Hi, sweetie.
Well, who are you talking to on the phone?
Oh, that was nobody, Ralph. That was the wrong number.
Oh, wrong number.
Uh-huh.
Guess you get a lot of wrong numbers now that you got a phone, huh?
Yes, you'd be surprised.
Uh-huh.
Well, your supper's ready. How about eating?
I'm not hungry yet.
You're always hungry as soon as you come home from work, Ralph.
Yeah, I know, but I thought tonight I'd just sit down and relax a little bit before I ate.
All right, you just relax. Are you hungry yet?
What is this big rush to get me to eat?
Well, there isn't any rush, Ralph. I just know it's your lodge meeting night, and you always like to get there on time.
Oh. Well, I'll go in and put my uniform on.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Here's juice, Ralph. And come on over and... There you go. Better eat your soup while it's hot.
It's too hot to eat.
Oh, well, then you shouldn't eat it if it's that hot. Here, dear. There you go. What would you like for dessert, Ralph?
Dessert?
Yeah.
Look, why don't you give me some cornflakes and cream and we can take care of tomorrow's breakfast, too, while we're at it. What is this rush?
Was I rushing you?
Were you rushing me? What have you got to do that you want me to hurry up like this?
Well, all right, Ralph. I might as well tell you the truth. I know it's your lodge meeting night, so there's a movie that I want to see, and I just thought I'd catch the early show.
Oh, you're going to a movie?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'll tell you what. Maybe I won't go to the lodge meeting tonight. I'll go to the movie with you.
Oh, no, Ralph. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't disturb your going to the lodge meeting for the world. Besides, you wouldn't like this movie.
What's the name of it?
It's, I don't know.
Oh, you're right. I'd hate that one.
Ralph, I mean, I don't know the name of the movie, but you know it's a love story. And I know you have no interest in love stories.
Guess maybe you're right. Well, go ahead. I don't want to hold you up.
Oh, you're a dear, Ralph.
Have a good time.
Thank you, darling. I will.
I bet you will. Norton! Norton!
What do you want, Ralph?
Come on down. Barrett! What are you trying to do? Give me a heart attack or something? Make some noise when you walk in here.
Where's Alice?
Where's Alice? She went over to see Harvey Waldstetter. That's where she is.
She told you that?
Oh, no, she didn't say that. Made up some lie about going to the movies, you know. Didn't even know the name of it.
What are you going to do?
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I got his address out of the telephone book. I am now going over and take him apart piece by piece. And when I finish with that snake in the grass, I'm going to tell Alice once and for all, that's it. I never want to see her again. I got along without her before I got married to her, and I'll get along without her again. Just say it's all over, it's through, done with. Not. I don't want to lose it.
Well, I hope he doesn't lose her. She's such a good cook.
Well, here's to you, Helen. May the next 10 years be as wonderful as these have been. Mrs. Kramden?
Yes.
Come in, won't you?
Uh-huh.
I'm Harvey Wallstetter. This is my wife, Helen.
Hello. I'm sorry if I've kept you.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. Look, sweetie, we better go.
All right, Mrs. Kramden, I'll look and see if Harvey Jr.'s still awake. He's sound asleep. You know, he always sleeps right through. You won't have any trouble with him at all.
Well, I'll look in on him later anyway.
Good.
And have a good time.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Good night.
What am I doing here? Don't you think the shoe should be on the other foot? I don't have to ask you what you're doing here. Well, isn't this cozy? Cocktail time, huh? Well, where is he?
Where is who?
Where is Harvey?
Harvey?
Yeah, Harvey. I want to see Harvey. Come on out of there, Harvey! Come on, Harv! I know you're in there, Harvey!
Ralph, you're making a very big mistake.
I am. Well, you see the mistake I make out of Harvey. If you don't come out of there, Harvey, I'm coming in after you. Come on, Harv!
You happy now you woke him up?
What is that?
That Harvey Wallstetter Jr. I'm taking care of him.
You mean you're babysitting?
That's right, babysitting. Come on, sweetheart. Go back to bed.
Gee, I never knew Davy Crockett was so fat.
Guess I made a little mistake.
You don't have to say anything, Ralph, because most of this was my fault. I never should have tried to hide it from you. I just thought that if I did a little babysitting a few nights a week, I could pay for the phone myself. That way, you wouldn't have the worry of the added expense. But I never should have done it without telling you.
You were right, honey. You're always right. It's just unfortunate that you got a clam like me for a husband, that's all. I don't know what's the matter with me. I don't think there's anybody that's got a better wife than I got. But I gotta run around acting like a maniac all the time. Screaming, accusing, yelling. I only do it for one reason. I'm so much in love with you that the slightest thing makes me jealous. Just thinking of you looking at another guy drives me nuts.
Ralph, we have a phone now, so you can call and tell me as often as you want.
Baby, you're the greatest.
And now, back to Herb Norris and the $99,000 answer, the show that gives away $99,000. Well, Mr. Parker, you've successfully gone over the $24,750 hurdle, and now it's time for you to make up your mind whether you're willing to go for the $49,500 question.
I am, Mr. Norris.
You mean you want to go ahead? Yes, sir. Good. I wish you luck, Mr. Parker. Now, remember, if you complete the $49,500 answer, you're entitled to come back next week and decide if you want to go for the really big money, the $99,000 answer. Are you ready, sir?
I'm ready, Mr. Norris.
Very well. Now, this question for your $49,500 answer was prepared by an expert in the field of banking and finance
Professor Walter Newman. Your question has to do with something you see and handle every day, a dollar bill. Now, disregarding the serial number, tell me how many times the figure 1 appears on a dollar bill, either in numeral form or spelled out. You have 10 seconds to give the $49,500 answer. Time's up, Mr. Parker. What is your answer?
The answer is 25.
That's correct for the first part. Now, tell me how many times the word 1 appears and how many times the numeral 1 appears.
Well, the word 1 appears 16 times and the numeral 9 times.
You're absolutely right. Mr. Parker, you have just won yourself $49,500 of those dollar bills, and now you know you'll have the opportunity to come back and visit with us next week and decide whether you want to go for the $99,000. All right?
That's fine.
Congratulations, sir, and good night.
Good night.
Good night, sir. And now, who is our next guest, please?
Herb, here's our next guest from Brooklyn, New York, Mr. Ralph Kramden.
How do you do, Mr. Kramden? Now, there's nothing for you to be nervous about. Just relax. We're all your friends, and I'm trying to help you. Just relax and take it easy. It's really a pleasure shaking hands with you, Mr. Kramden. That's fine. Thank you very much. Now, tell me, sir, what do you do for a living?
I bribe a dus.
You bribe a dus?
A dus a bribe.
Dus a bribe. Oh, I see. You're a bus driver. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, now, there's nothing for you to be nervous about, Mr. Kramden. Just relax and take it easy, and you'll get along a lot better. Now, tell me, sir, are you married?
Yes.
You're married. And what is your wife's name?
Mrs. Kramden.
Well, that's fine. Now, her first name, I meant.
Her? Who? Oh, her. Oh, Alice.
Alice Kramden, uh-huh. Now, I believe the announcer said you are from Brooklyn. Have you lived in Brooklyn all your life, sir?
My mother, the father, they were there. I guess.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kramden. You know, I have a great deal of respect for bus drivers. It's always amazed me how you fellows who have this tremendous responsibility and the tremendous number of people that you have to deal with and the big machine, how you manage to remain so courteous and kind and considerate all the time.
Yes, sir.
Well, of course, there are exceptions. For example, the other day I was standing on Madison Avenue in the rain waiting for a bus, and as this bus driver bore down on me, I signaled for him to stop. And you know, instead of stopping, he went right by, went through a puddle and splashed mud all over me.
Was that you?
Mr. Kramden, I sure hope you win some money tonight because I've got a cleaning bill for you. And you know, now it's time for you to select a category. And I want you to be very careful in selecting this category because all the questions you'll be asked come from this one category. So take your time and make up your mind what your selection's going to be.
Popular songs.
Popular songs. Very good, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt her, but our time is up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Kramden. We seem to have run out of time, but we'd like you to come back next week and try for the first hurdle on the way to the $99,000 answer. Can you be with us?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kramden, and good night, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, no, Mr. Kramden. No, this way. Good night, Mr. Kramden. Good night. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
I'm home.
Oh, Alice, I could hardly wait till you got home. Hey, Ralph looked wonderful on television.
Oh, Trixie was so excited.
Oh, I'll bet. Isn't Ralph here?
No, he decided to stay downstairs. He's waiting for people to go by and recognize him.
Who can recognize him at this hour? Alice, it's dark out.
Oh, he thought of that. Look. There he is, standing under the streetlight with his hat off.
Well, on second thought, I don't know if I'd act any different, you know, if I were in his place, because, gee, if I were on a big television show and seen by millions of people.
Oh, listen, Trixie, don't get me wrong. I'm very proud that Ralph is on this show.
Yeah.
The only thing is, I know Ralph. You know that way he has of steaming himself up and getting over-enthused? You know, he's apt to build himself way up to a letdown, and then he'll just feel miserable.
Yeah. But, Alice, just between us, hint to Ralph always to face the camera. Because when he turns profile, brother, he's the biggest thing on television.
Say, Trix, what about Ed? Did he see the show?
Oh, yeah, he watched it with the boys down at the bowling alley. Look, I bet he'll stop in here to see Ralph on his way upstairs, but I got to get up there now. Look, I'll see you in the morning, huh, honey?
All right, night, Trix.
Well, I learned something tonight, Alice. You're never too old to learn something, and tonight I learned something. There isn't one person, not one person in this building that hasn't got a jealous nature.
Ralph, what are you talking about?
I stood down in front of this door since you left. Not one person come up and congratulated me. And not only that, not even one person admitted that they saw me on the program.
Now, Ralph, how can you talk like that? Norton was over at the bowling alley with all your friends watching the show, and Trixie was just here to say she saw you on the show.
She was? Well, what did she think of me?
Well, she said you're the biggest thing on television.
You know, that Trixie's a good kid. And Norton's all right, too. There are two true blue friends. Well, they won't regret it, because when I celebrate, they'll celebrate with me.
Celebrate what?
Celebrate the winning of the $99,000 answer. That's what. It won't be long now, sweetheart. We'll be living on Park Avenue. And will you see how different this furniture looks when it's in a Park Avenue apartment?
Ralph, aren't you being a little bit too ambitious? You've heard some of those questions. They get pretty tough after the first two.
So what? That's why I picked a subject that I know. Popular songs. I know all about popular songs.
I know, Ralph, but you're not an expert.
What do you mean I'm not an expert? Ever since I was a kid, Alice, I liked music, especially popular music. When I was growing up, that's all I did. I used to eat, sleep, and think music. I wasn't like those other bums around the neighborhood, you know, hanging around the pool room or hanging out in the corner. Not me. Every night in the week, I was up some ballroom listening to a dance band.
Ralph, I'd be very proud of you, you know, if you answered the first two questions and came home with $600.
$600? A mere bag of shells.
Ralph, will you please be sensible? They don't hand you the $99,000. You gotta answer questions, Ralph, and they're very tough questions.
I know what you're trying to say, Alice. What you're trying to say is your husband is too dumb to answer any questions. Well, that's where you're wrong. And for your information, a 12-year-old kid on one of these programs walked in and answered a $16,000 question. 12 years old she was. Stands to reason, me, a grown man, I must be able to answer the same questions that a 12-year-old kid can answer.
Spell anti-disestablishmentarianism.
I'll spell it. I'll spell it.
Well, go ahead.
I'll spell it when you give me $16,000 for spelling it.
$16,000 for spelling it? I'll give you $32,000 if you can say it.
Bang, zoom.
Now, look, Ralph. I don't doubt that you know a lot about popular songs. Let's say you know all there is to know about popular songs. There is just one thing that you're overlooking, Ralph. You're going on a television show, a big television show. Millions of people are going to be looking at you, and big money at stake. Well, you're liable to get nervous, Ralph, and forget what you do know. Any person could do that.
Are you kidding? I'm at my best when I'm under pressure. I never get nervous.
Oh, That's right, I forgot. You're always calm. You have to be in the kind of work you do. You're a man who bribes the dust.
Go ahead, Alice. Try to discourage me. But you're getting no place, because I'm going for that $99,000 answer. And I'm not leaving one stone unturned. There'll be no chances for mistakes. I'm not leaving this house once this week. I'm staying in every night. I'm studying every song that was ever written. I'm going to buy sheet music and study that. I'm going to buy records and study them. I'm going to rent a piano. I'm going to have Norton come down here and play the piano, every song he's ever heard, and I'm going to study them.
Ralph, that's going to cost us a fortune. It'll take every penny we have saved. We won't have 1 cent left in the bank.
When the smoke clears away, we'll have $99,000. Yes, sir. This is the time I'm going to get my pot of gold.
Just go for the gold. You've already got the pot.
Say it.
This hour. Oh, here's the dress material that you said you wanted.
Oh, but you didn't have to make a special trip just for that.
Oh, I didn't. We went to the movies in the neighborhood, and so it wasn't out of our way to come here at all.
Well, why don't you sit down and have a cup of coffee?
Oh, I can't. Your father's waiting in the car, and he's double parked. How's the brain doing?
Oh, Mother. What a week. The piano and the phonograph have been going every single night until 3 o'clock in the morning. He's been fighting out the window with Mr. Garrity upstairs. Strangers have been dropping in here all the time to give him advice. Letters have been pouring in all the time. He's been staying home from work without any salary, paying for all of this stuff. He's going to have to win that $99,000 just to break even.
Where is he now?
He's down at Mrs. Manicotti's. She's helping him brush up on popular songs that were taken from Italian classics. This boy isn't missing a trick.
Well, I've got to go. I'll keep my fingers crossed for Ralph tomorrow night.
Thanks, Mom. Say hello to Pop for me.
What is she doing here?
Ralph?
Hello, Ralph. Well, tomorrow's your big night. I was talking to Alice about it, and there's just one
thing
I
can
want...
save your breath, because I know what the one thing is that you want to tell me. The both of you. That I should quit at the $600 question. Well, I'm not. I'm going on to the $99,000 answer.
But, Ralph, before you interrupted me, I was about to say that I hoped you'd go on to the $99,000 answer.
Well, Alice, I gotta admit that now and then your mother shows a small, tiny bit of wisdom.
As a matter of fact, I can't wait to hear you answer that question. I want to see the expression on your face when you miss it.
Why couldn't she have been with Custer when he got in that trouble, huh? Just for that, when we moved to Park Avenue, she ain't getting a new address.
Ralph, I must be crazy to argue with you about this. But you got us moving to Park Avenue, winning $99,000, and you haven't even answered the first question yet. I am going to bed.
Big deal. Stay in there. Hey there, Rocky Ball. Don't give me land, let's land, dee-lee-lee-lee, don't dee-lee-lee-lee. I got it. Don't Fence Me In, written by Cole Porter for the Picture Hollywood Canteen in the year 1944, produced by Warner Brothers.
Correct. Boy, I feel you're hotter than a firecracker. When you run into that master sermon, he's going to run out of hurdles, you know. How'd you do with Mrs. Manicotti?
I left her speechless.
Yeah.
She did everything in her power to stick me. I guessed the English name to every one of the Italian songs that she sang.
Oh, boy. Well, I bought a few old movie-type songs and things like that along. Don't look at the sheet music. No cheating now.
Don't have to look, pal.
All right.
You just play them and I'll name them.
All right.
This is my last night to brush up on the songs. Now, let's not waste any time. Get going.
All right.
Will you wait a minute, please? Why must you always play da-da-da-da-da-da-da before you go in and play the song I'm trying to guess?
I told you once, I told you 100 times. It's the only way I can warm up before I play the piano. A pitcher warms up before he pitches a ball game. I gotta warm up that way before I play the piano. I hope I don't have to tell you this again. Are you ready?
Go ahead and play. That's all. Shuffle Off the Buffalo, written by Warren and Dubin for a little picture called 42nd Street. The year was 1932.
Absolutely right. All right, here's another one. Don't look at the music now.
Don't need it, my friend. Don't need it.
Now, this is a little change in tempo. Don't let it throw you.
All righty. Just Too Marvelous for Words, written by Johnny Mercer and Richard Whiting for a picture called Ready, Willing, and Able. The year was 1937.
Absolutely correct. Boy, you are. All right. This one might throw you. This one goes back a little ways. Ready?
Oh, there he is, Jealous McGarity.
Why don't you shut up in here? You're driving everybody crazy.
I'm not driving anybody crazy. You're just jealous, that's all. And do you know why you're jealous? Because you know that at this time tomorrow night, my picture will be on the front page of every newspaper in the country.
Well, so will mine. For killing you.
Ralph.
Hey, loudmouth, now you woke up my wife.
I realize that I cannot talk to Ralph because he is stubborn and unreasonable. But I have always had great respect for your sense of fair play, and so I appeal to you. It is late. People would like to go to sleep. I think you should stop playing the piano. And I am sure that you will agree with me, Ed, because you have always been fair and considerate. You are a reasonable man.
Don't let us soft-soak you. Don't let us soft-soak you. You're just as unreasonable as I am. Go ahead and play.
If you touch that piano again, I'll lose all my respect for you.
Go ahead and play, Norton, if you don't want to lose my friendship.
Oh, I'm on a spot. If I play the piano, I lose her respect. If I don't play, I lose your friendship. Why, oh, why was I blessed with this musical talent?
I don't care if it is the police. Let them in. Shh, quiet, everyone.
Guardamare come bella, spirito sentimento.
I have it. Take me back to Sorrento, 1898. Written by Ernesto de Quisto.
I give up.
Well, that's the way it goes.
The whole house has gone crazy.
Going crazy? I suppose she's crazy because she wants to help me. Give me a little chance. Help me out with the names of songs. It's a little more than I can say for you.
Ralph, I've been trying to help you by being sensible. If you had listened to me in the first place, you could have avoided putting all this pressure on yourself.
For the last time, Alice, I'm telling you, I'm going for the $99,000 question.
For the last time, Ralph, I'll be very proud if you win the $600.
$600? Peanuts, peanuts. What am I going to do with peanuts?
Eat them like any other elephant.
Bang, zoom. Play the piano.
And now, the star of our show,
And welcome to America's most exciting show, the $99,000 Answer. And now, Tom, who is our first guest, please?
Sir, our first guest, ready to leap the first hurdle on his way to the $99,000 answer, is our bus driver from Brooklyn, Mr. Ralph Kramden.
How do you do, Mr. Kramden? It's nice to see you again.
It's nice to be back here.
Now, I remember last week we had just got to the point in the program where you had selected your category popular song.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that right? Now, you've had a whole week to prepare. Tell me, have you done much studying?
Oh, just a little.
Oh, just a little. Spare time sort of thing,
Sort
huh?
of spare time.
I see. All right,
No sense of going over what you already know.
I guess you're right, sir. That's right. Now, let's get on with our competition. May we have the card, please, explaining the game and the first question. Thank you. I have here your first question. Now, Mr. Kramden, you know how the $99,000 answer works. We start with the first question worth $100, then our second hurdle is worth $600. After that, our hurdles become higher, and naturally, the questions become a little more difficult. Our fourth hurdle is worth $6,187.50, and if you answer that, the next one is worth $12,375. Now then, we keep rolling along and doubling the money until finally you get to the $99,000 answer. Now, you can stop any time you feel like it and take what money you've won up to that point. Now, is that all clear, Mr. Kramden?
It certainly is, and if I may, I'd like to make a little statement.
Why, surely, go right ahead.
I intend to go straight on, forge ahead to the $99,000 answer.
That's wonderful, Mr. Kramden. I think it's only fair to point out to you, though, that you don't need to make that decision now. You can stop at any time you want to and take the money you became.
Well, I made up my mind, and I thought you might as well know it, and I know it, and they know it, and everybody knows it.
I see. Well, sir, tell me, have you discussed this at home? Have you talked it over with your wife?
Yes, I did, and regardless, I am going for the $99,000 answer.
I see. Well, that's quite a decision. I guess you really know your popular songs.
Well, I don't like this.
All right, Mr. Kramden, I wish you a lot of luck, and here's your first question for $100. Are you ready?
I certainly am.
All right, Mr. Kramden, for $100, who is the composer of Swanee River?
Swanee River.
That's right, Swanee River. Can we have a few bars of Swanee River, Jose?
That's Swanee River?
That's right. Now, who's the composer? Your time's running out. Hurry up. You better take a guess.
Ed Norton?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Kramden. No, the correct answer is Stephen Foster. But thanks so much. You've been a wonderful contestant and a swell sport. Goodbye, Mr. Kramden. Goodbye, Mr. Kramden. I'll be seeing you.
I'll be seeing you, Irving Kane and Sammy Fain, 1938.
Oh, Mr. Kramden, it's all over now.
It's all over now. Basie Simon, 1927.
No, good night, Mr. Kramden.
Good night. There were two songs, Good Night. It was Good Night, Irene, written by Lomax and Ledbetter. Good Night, Sweetheart, written by Rudy Valley and Ray Noble. No. Then there was another...
This way, sir.
Please?
Please.
Please was sung by Ben Crosby and the Big Crosby.
You're the greatest.
Say, live and breathe a yellow-bellied sapsucker.
Hi, Norton.
Hey there, what do you say, Ralph? Just a minute, I'll be right with you. I gotta make an entry in my bird watching book here. I just seen a yellow-bellied sapsucker. Bird seen, yellow-bellied sapsucker, place where seen, Central Park. You know, one thing that bothers me. They're not supposed to be within 3,000 miles of here.
Well, how do you know it's a yellow-bellied sapsucker? Don't forget, last week you saw a robin with a wishbone in its mouth. You said it was a chicken hawk.
Nevertheless, I'm sure this is a yellow-bellied sapsucker.
Why are you sure it's a yellow-bellied sapsucker?
What else could it be? It's got a yellow belly and it was sucking sap.
I don't know why a man of your age watches birds.
Why shouldn't I watch them? They watch me, don't they?
The only bird that watches you, Norton, is a woodpecker.
I look, Ralph, the run of the litter.
Look, Norton, I asked to have lunch with you in the park because I got something very important I want to talk to you about.
What?
I want you to do me a favor.
What do you want?
I don't know, but somehow or another I made a mistake in the bus today, and I made the wrong change. I must have given somebody a $20 bill for a dollar bill. Now, I got to turn in my receipts to the cashier at 5 o'clock tonight. Will you lend me the money?
Look, Ralph, it's not that I'm against lending you money, and you can do anything you want with it. It's just what you don't do with it.
What don't I do with it?
You don't pay me back.
Look, Norton, don't lend me the money. All I want you to do is invest $20 in it.
What do you mean, invest?
I'll tell you what I mean. Norton, let's face it. I'm a man with big ideas. And sooner or later, one of those ideas are going to catch on. And when they do, I'm going to be a big shot. And do you know what happened to people who become big shots?
Yeah, they forget their relatives.
No, Norton. They incorporate. They incorporate. I'm going to become a corporation. Do you know what a corporation is?
Yeah, I know what a corporation is. When a person or a group of persons duly authorized to sell, distribute shares, become involved with the intention of the stockholders grouping about together with those shares with the intention of selling the shares, comes to an evil interest there.
How did you know that?
Ever hear of Merrill Lynch, Spears, Pierce, and Bean?
Yes.
I got an office right outside of downtown sewer I work in.
Well, I'm glad you know what a corporation is, Norton, because then you'll understand what a great opportunity I'm offering you when I tell you that I will send you a percentage. For $20, a 20% percentage of the Ralph Kramden Corporation.
I like that. Trixie forgot the ketchup.
Of course, I can't give you too much stock. I can only sell you a few shares, but, well, I still think you'll make a profit on it. Well? Well, isn't it appealing to you?
No, don't. I don't like liverwurst without ketchup.
Will you stop with the liverwurst? I'm talking high finance. Look, for $20, you get 20% of all the money I make over and above my salary.
Listen to me, will you, Ralph? My mother didn't raise no stupid children, you know. I work hard for the money I earn there, down in that sewer. It's no easy job, you know. Some days I get it right up the head. If I'm going to invest my money in any proposition, believe you me, it's got to make sense. It's got to have a sound, logical business foundation. Only then will I make the plunge, as we say in the trade.
Norton, I'm very happy to hear you speak like that. You sound like an intelligent man. And that's exactly the type man that I want in my corporation to be vice president. And if you give me the $20 and get 20% of my corporation, I am making you the vice president.
Me a beep? Now you're talking sense. Wait a minute, pal. Here's the $20.
Thank you. And I certainly am lucky to get a man like you for vice president.
I say that this calls for a toast. There you are.
Thank you.
To the corporation. Ralph Kramden, president. Edward L. Norton, vice president and chairman of the board. Wait a minute. Hold it. Hold it. Don't move. By Jove, it is another yellow-bellied sapsucker. Boy, oh boy, 2 yellow-bellied sapsuckers in the same day. Boy, I ought to phone the society about this.
What makes you believe anyone is going to believe you when you tell them you saw 2 yellow-bellied sapsuckers in a park where they're not supposed to be within 300,000 miles of?
Wait a minute, Rock. You got a point there. But I know how I can fix it. Birds seen, 2 yellow-bellied sapsuckers. Place where seen, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Certainly lucky to get a man like you to be my vice president, Norton. Yellow-bellied sapsucker.
fingers on that darn stove.
Oh, I'm sorry, sweetheart. Boy, you're always burning something there. If it ain't your finger, it's my food.
It's no joke, Ralph.
I'm only kidding, sweetie. There. Feel better now?
No, it doesn't. I'm telling you something, Ralph. That stove is a booby trap. One of these days it's going to blow both of us to smithereens.
If you are hinting that I should buy a new stove, you'll have to get a better idea than that. Now, look, get to work on the old stove and cook my new supper.
You can cook your own new supper.
Don't think your attitude scares me, Alice. I'll get my own supper. I'm pretty good at it.
Hey there, Ralph. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm getting my own supper. Alice isn't feeling too good, so I'm doing her a favor.
Well, Ralph, I wanted to have a little talk with you about the corporation. I've been vice president for about a week now, and you ain't showing no profit. I had a stockholders meeting with myself, and I come to the conclusion that I'm getting a little impatient.
Haven't you got any business ethics? How can you interrupt the president of the corporation while he's eating?
All right, I'll wait till you're through. Ralph, could I have a banana?
Go ahead.
Ain't got no bananas. Could I have an apple?
Go ahead.
Ain't got no apples either. Could I have an orange?
Go ahead!
Haven't got any oranges either.
You want a peanut butter sandwich?
I don't like peanut butter. I like apples. Or bananas. Or orange. Hey, what kind of peanut butter is that? Is that the crunchy kind?
Yes, it's the crunchy kind, and I can prove it to you. When this jar hits your head, you'll hear a crunch.
Don't get excited, will you? Remember, you're talking to the vice president of Ralph Kramden Incorporated.
All I'd like to do is eat in peace.
Go ahead. Who's stopping you? Fine thing for a president of a corporation to be eating peanut butter sandwich. You ought to be eating something to stick to those fat little ribs of yours.
Would you mind leaving this apartment and going back upstairs?
All right. All right. I'm going, but I got this to tell you. I'm going to leave your corporation in a state of bankruptcy. I'm withdrawing my $20. You told me that every time you turn around, I'd make money. Well, so far, you ain't been exactly no pinwheel. I thought the whole thing over, you know. You got a corporation, I got 20% of it. I got 20% of nothing. How can you get rich on 20% of nothing?
Is that what you're beefing about, 20%? All right, you got 30%.
It's 35% or nothing.
It's a deal.
It's a deal. Ralph, I hope I didn't offend you, Ralph, but, you know, the way I drive a hard bargain, I gotta watch out for my interests.
I gotta admit, you put it over on me that time, Norton.
Come in. Mr. Ralph Kramden?
Yeah? My name is Frederick Carson. I'm an attorney.
An attorney?
My firm is handling the estate of the late Mary Monahan. I suppose you'll remember her. She used to ride on your bus.
Mary Monahan. That's the old lady I used to help on and off. She used to get on the bus for years. I didn't see her lately. I was wondering what happened to her. Gee, that's a shame.
Well, she didn't forget your kindnesses. She remembered you in her will. Now, the will is going to be read tomorrow, Friday morning at 10 o'clock at her apartment. Will you be there?
Sure, I'll be there if you want me to. How come a poor lady like that's making out a will?
Well, she wasn't exactly poor.
She wasn't?
No. Her estate was valued at roughly $40 million. See you Friday.
How about that? $40 million! Alice! Alice! $40 million! I'm inheriting $40 million!
what happened? He fainted. Can't you see? Fine thing. Guy inherits $40 million and he faints. What am I saying? 35% of that belongs to me.
Breakfast ready.
I haven't got time to eat breakfast.
Well, why not? It's only 8:30. The lawyer said they wouldn't read the will until 10.
Alice, why must you hide things where I can't find them? Where's the shoe polish?
In the top left-hand drawer.
It's not in the top-hand drawer.
It must be there.
It must be, huh? It must be. It must be, but it's not. Don't always say it must be, Alice. What you mean is maybe, not must be. Maybe.
This must be it. Maybe.
You and your snide remarks.
Ralph, will you calm down a little bit? If you don't take it easy, you know, you'll be a nervous wreck by the time that will is read.
I am not nervous, Alice. I am not nervous. I may be a little excited, inheriting $40 million, but I am not nervous. Just
No. No, you're not nervous, Ralph. You're not nervous at all. You just read in Esquire where the well-dressed man always polishes his socks. Ralph, I know you're a little bit excited, but after all, the will hasn't been read yet. We don't know how much she's leaving you.
What do you mean we don't know?
You keep talking about millions, Ralph. It may just be hundreds.
What are you talking about, hundreds? She's leaving $40 million, isn't she? Said in the papers this morning she's only got one other relative. One living relative. A nephew. And she doesn't like him. The paper said she had no use for him.
Ralph, that's her own living relative, her own flesh and blood. He might contest the will.
Contested? Contested? Hardy, hard. What do you mean, contested? Did he ever help her off a bus and help her on one? You may not realize this, Alice, but in a few hours I am going to be a very rich man.
Ralph, all I'm saying is don't count your chickens before they're hatched. And remember, Norton gets 35% of those chickens.
Don't worry, I can take care of him.
What do you mean? Ralph, you wouldn't cheat Norton out of his share.
Of course not. I'm not going to cheat him. Just going to try to do what's best for everybody. You know how people act when they get a lot of money. They go nuts. You know how Norton is. He's the nervous type. He'd really go nuts if he got his hands on anything. First thing you know, he'd quit his job in the sewer. Next thing he'd do is buy clothes, buy automobiles, yachts, start taking a tour around the world, drinking champagne, eating caviar. First thing you know, he wouldn't come home. Poor Trixie pleading with him, please come home, Norton. Him laughing at her. That'd be a nice thing, wouldn't it? After all she's done for him, pleading for him to come home and him laughing at her. Well, if you think that I'm going to do that to such a nice girl like Trixie, you're crazy.
Some coffee?
No, I already had breakfast.
How about a second breakfast?
I already had that, too. Be kind of ridiculous to have 3 breakfasts, wouldn't it?
Yeah?
I'll tell you what I will do, though. I'll start on my first lunch. You.
Hey, Alice. Oh,
Yeah.
Norton. I'm glad you're here. I want to talk to you.
Hey, listen. It's getting late. We'll talk on the way down to the Monahan Mansion. We'll talk on the way.
You don't think for 1 minute that you're going to the reading of the will with me, do you?
Well, of course I'm going, Ralph. You'll need me. You don't think of the small details, the little things. For instance, did you happen to think of that?
And what is that for?
The small details, Ralph. You can't come away from that place with $40 million in your pocket. You gotta have something to carry it in.
Hey, there's the vice president talking. Well, are you sure that a bag will hold $40 million? A bag like that?
Yeah, this'll do the trick.
Is that so? Why don't you make sure? Why don't you run upstairs and cut some paper money into the shape of dollar bills and see if they'll all fit in there?
The small details.
Is Trixie upstairs?
Yeah, she's upstairs. She's waiting till I get back. We are going to make a trip that I have always wanted to make.
A trip?
Yeah, now that we're getting into the millions, I'm going to do something that I always wanted to do. Going on a second honeymoon to Niagara Falls, only this time we ain't hitchhiking.
I'll just run up and see Trix.
All right. Come on, Ralph, will you snap it up? I'm anxious to collect that 35% of the $40 million.
What do you mean, collect it? What do you mean, collect it? You can't take that money out of the corporation. It's got to stay in there. That's what a corporation is for, to put money in and let it grow.
Look, this is grown enough. 35% of the $40 million belongs to the stockholders.
This is only the start. Look, as president of this corporation, already, from just $20 you gave me, I'm already making you millions. Look, you gotta leave it there. You gotta leave it in the corporation. Then I invest it. Then I reinvest it. And then reinvest it. Before I finish with you, pal, I'll have you out of that sewer.
$40 million, 35% of it belongs to the stockholders.
Will you stop saying $40 million? It's not $40 million, do you know? When you inherit $40 million, do you know how much you have left? Let me give you an example.
35% belongs to the stockholders.
Will you stop saying that? Now, look, this piece of paper represents $40 million. All right, I inherit $40 million. Right away comes federal income tax. Then comes the state tax. Then comes the city tax. Then a few miscellaneous taxes. Then you have to pay for the lawyers. And that is what is left of $40 million.
35% belongs to the stockholders.
Come on. Come on. Come, Fortune. Eat your breakfast. Come now, Fortune. You've got to eat, you know.
Is everything ready in here? Mr. Carson is going to read the will.
Everything's ready as it will ever be. But I'm worried about Fortune Bascom. He isn't eating. Oh, poor little dear. He misses Mrs. Monahan. Come, Fortune. Eat your breakfast.
Ah, there's the doorbell. It must be that Mr. Kramden that they're expecting. Mr. Carson and the others have been waiting. I'll tell them you're here.
Thank you very much. How do you do?
Hey, look. Today I seen a parrot.
Oh, will you stop that? Now, look at Martin. I'm telling you now, and I'm telling you for the last time. Don't embarrass me here.
Can't I even look around?
All right, but don't touch anything.
What a grouch.
Boy, how about this place? This is real class, huh?
Oh, beautiful.
Bet you they spent at least $100 on the furniture in this room alone.
Sure. Hey, Ralph, look. I bet this guy had a rotten barber.
Oh, there you are.
Oh,
Kramden.
how do you do, Mr. Carson? I'm sorry I'm late, but I was taking care of my corporation.
We were about to start without you, but there are some things that just can't wait.
Well, like we say in the sewer, time and tide, wait for no man.
This is my business associate, Mr. Norton, Mr. Carson.
This is Mr. Bradley, Mrs. Monahan's nephew.
Oh,
So you're the bus driver. I'm
Yeah.
very glad to meet you.
no hard feelings, of course. You know how fickle fate can be.
Better luck next time.
Well, if we'll all be seated now, we'll get on with
certainly.
it. This shouldn't take very long. This will is quite short, and there's no question as to its legality, so I shall skip the technicalities and get right down to the bequest. To Herbert Bascom, my butler, for his many years of faithful service, I leave the sum of $50,000.
Sorry, a little habit I picked up watching the quiz shows.
To my maid, Mary O'Donnell, I leave the sum of $25,000.
Some people are never satisfied.
To my nephew, Robert Hilliard Bradley, who by his gambling and philandering has shown himself to be utterly incapable of handling money, I leave the sum of $1, which will undoubtedly be promptly deposited with his bookmaker.
I hope you pick a winner with it.
Please, may I continue?
Certainly.
To Ralph Kramden, my favorite bus driver, I leave my fortune.
I'm rich! I'm rich!
Please, control yourself.
Rich, I'm sorry. I came so sudden. I wasn't expecting it.
Ralph Kramden has shown himself to be kind, sober, courteous, and conscientious. And to such a man, and only such a man, would I entrust my fortune. Please, I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Now, let's see, where was I? Oh, yes. To such a man, and only such a man, would I entrust my fortune. I therefore direct that immediately upon the reading of this will, Ralph Kramden take possession of my fortune.
Get the bag.
Bascom. Mr. Kramden, this is fortune, and according to the will, you take immediate possession.
Excuse me, Mr. Carson. Am I to understand that this is the fortune?
Yeah.
Look out, him.
Come in. Oh, hello, Judy.
Hi, Mrs. Kramden.
Something wrong, Judy?
Wrong? Oh, nothing could ever be wrong again. I've just met the coolest dreamboat ever.
Oh, you're in love again.
Not again, Mrs. Kramden. This is it. I finally found my superatomic passion. I'm going to be his angel cake forever and ever. I'll be Wallace's for all eternity.
Wallace? What happened to Freddie?
Oh, Mrs. Kramden. Freddie was so icky. A real termite. Strictly out of the wood. Besides, he was a mere child. You know, Wallace is a real man.
Well, just how old is this Wallace?
He's almost 18.
Oh.
He's a real man of the world. And I got a date with him tonight. That's why I came up here to talk to you. You see, I hope you don't think I've been too nervy, but I've asked him to meet me up here at your apartment. So as soon as he gets here, would you call me? You don't mind, do you?
No, of course I don't mind, but why have him meet you here?
Well, he's never met my father, and I don't want to take any chances.
Oh. Well, where are you and Wallace going to go tonight, Judy?
We're going over to the amusement park, and we're going to go roller skating. See, they're having a bop contest.
Uh-huh.
And we're going to go on some of the rides, like the roller coaster, the tunnel of love.
Oh, boy, you kids certainly have fun. Roller skating, bop contest. Oh, dear, Ralph and I haven't done anything like that in years.
Well, I gotta be going, Mrs. Kramden. Now, listen, as soon as Wallace gets here, you'll call me, won't you?
Yes, I will, and don't you worry.
Oh, you're a doll, Mrs. Kramden.
Okay,
Bye.
Judy. Bye-bye. Hi, Ralph.
Look, can I eat right away? I want to take a bath and go to bed. I'm dead.
All right. You know, Ralph, I've been thinking. We've been getting into an awful rut lately. Do the same things, day in and day out, never any variation.
Yeah.
It's a shame, Ralph. Because there are a lot of wonderful things that we could do. You know, it'd be fun, Ralph. You know what we could do that'd be an awful lot of fun? We could go roller skating.
You got any ketchup?
It's in the icebox. And you haven't been listening to one word I've been saying.
Well, I've been listening to you, all right. I'll take you roller skating tomorrow night.
Oh, Ralph, that's wonderful. And you know where we can go? They've got a wonderful rink over in the amusement park.
Roller skating?
And you know, there are a lot of other wonderful things we can do, too, Ralph. We can go on the roller coaster rides, and they're having a bop dance contest. And then, you know, we can go take a ride through the Tunnel of Love and the Crazy House.
The Crazy House? You don't have to go to any amusement park for a crazy house. We got one right here. Bop contest, roller skating.
Well, what's wrong with bop contests and roller skating?
There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing. For kids. But not for you and me. Let's face it, Alice. We have been out of the age range of roller skating since Alf Landon stopped being presidential timber.
Will you stop being so ridiculous, Ralph? Why shouldn't we go roller skating? We're not that old.
We're not that old. We're not that old. Well, how young are we? How young are we? Let's face it. Our youth is past. The golden years are gone. We have hit the second plateau.
Listen, Ralph, you may think that you're too old, but I'm not. I want to do the things that young people do. That's what keeps you young.
You want to do the things young people do? Let's play some games that young people play. Let's play house. You be the mommy and I'll be the pop. All right, Mommy, clean up.
How can you be so icky?
Icky?
You're a termite, Ralph, strictly out of the woods.
Hey, that off the ball.
Hey, what does icky mean?
I don't know why.
Alice just said I was icky.
Must mean fat. Why, what brought up the subject anyway?
You wouldn't believe this, Norton. What do you think she said to me? She wants to go to a bop contest, then she wants to go roller skating, and finally she wants to go through the Tunnel of Love. She says that's romantic.
Oh, the Tunnel of Love. I've been through the Tunnel of Love. That's not romantic. It's nothing. Wading through that water and all, it's not romantic at all.
How did Trixie like it?
Trixie wasn't with me. I was down there working, fixing a leak in one of the pipes.
That isn't exactly what Alice meant. She wants to go through the Tunnel of Love with me.
What do you and Alice know about fixing leaks?
Stop with the leaks. That's not what I'm talking. Come in. Look, I'm very busy eating. We don't want to buy any magazines or anything.
Man, what's this bit about the magazines? I'm Wallace. I came by to pick up Angel Cake.
Angel? You got the wrong joint. This isn't any bakery.
Man, Angel Cake ain't a cake. She's a chick. Now tell her to get with it, man. I got a frantic hot rod downstairs, and it's ready to percolate.
A frantic hot rod that's ready to percolate?
Yeah, man, aren't you hep? Don't you dig?
No. He drives the bus. I'm the one that digs. I work in the sewer.
Hey, Alice, you know anything about this?
Oh, you must be Wallace.
That's right. Is Judy ready?
I'll call her for you.
Oh, she's looking for Judy Connors.
That's right. Judy, Wallace is here.
I'll be right up, Mrs. Kramden.
Right.
why doesn't he meet Judy Connors in her house?
She was down here this afternoon, Ralph, and she asked if it was all right. I'll explain it to you later.
Julia? Oh, that's too much.
Judy was telling us that you've got quite an evening planned. She says you're going to go to the amusement park and go roller skating and to a bop dance contest.
That's right. Tonight's a big night. Tonight I'm asking Angel Cake to wear my pin.
Wear his pin?
Yes, Ralph. When a girl wears a fella's pin, it means she's going steady. She's his and nobody else's.
Oh, yeah, I get it. It's like a custom we got there. Carve your best girlfriend's initials on a shovel down there. So.
Atomic passion.
Angel Cake.
You know what, Ralph? Hard to believe. Those kids remind me of me when I was a youth. I acted silly like those kids. But I guess as time goes on, I grew older, I matured.
Yeah, now you're a full-grown nut. There's a lot of full-grown nuts around this house. Now I get the whole thing, Alice. I finally got the picture.
What are you talking
You
about?
know what I'm talking about. Judy Connors was up here today, wasn't she? She's the one that was talking about bop contests and roller skating. That's what put the bug in your ear.
Well, what if she did?
What if she did? She's a 14-year-old kid, Alice. Do you think you're 14 years old? There's a laugh. She thinks she's 14. Look at me. I'm 13. Go ahead. Come on, get dressed. We got to go to the junior prom right away.
You can stop laughing, Ralph. If you wanted to make me feel ridiculous, you've done that, Ralph. I admitted I made a mistake. I was trying to be something I'm not. At the same time, Ralph, I didn't think it was so ridiculous trying to recapture the fun that we used to have. I didn't think that I was that old, Ralph, but you've shown me that I was wrong. I just thought that going to amusement parks and dancing and roller skating was the kind of thing that would keep you young. It might have. At least it was worth a try. But you don't have to worry, Ralph. I promise you, you will never have to laugh at me again. I will stop being ridiculous. And I will never, ever mention it again.
She's right, Norton. She's right. There's nothing wrong with somebody wanting to stay young. It's my fault. Well, I'm telling you right now, Norton, I'm changing.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to start taking her to dances and roller skating. I'm going to learn all the new dances. The Big Apple. Susie Q. The Continental, Hesitation Waltz, all of that. And I'm going to learn all the expressions, too, like Bo-do-de-o-do, 23 skidoo. And I'll kiss you later, I'm eating a potato. All of that stuff. What's so funny?
Bo-de-o-do, 23 skidoo. I'll kiss you later, I'm eating a potato.
What's wrong with those expressions?
Boy, oh boy, how can anyone so round be so square? Ralph? Oh, Ralph, I'm here with a phonograph. Let's go, boy. Hey, Ralph.
Be out in a minute.
Come on.
Well, how about it? Well, how about it? What do you think?
Wait a minute. Just give me a little time to drink this whole thing in. It's like seeing Boulder Dam for the first time.
Never mind that. What do you think?
Well, Ralph, I guess it's all right. You ain't exactly no ding-dong daddy from Dumas.
Well, never mind that. Now, did you get all the stuff to teach me to dance?
Yeah, I got the record.
Tonight is going to be a big night for Alice and me, and I want to dance correctly when I start.
Wait a minute. Where am I put this?
I can't wait to get going.
I got a phonograph here, and I got some records.
Yeah?
Well, I'll put this first one on here. This one here's the Hucklebuck.
Oh, the Hucklebuck.
This was always good for me.
There we go now. There we are.
It's one of those numbers that tells a story.
Wait a second. You don't expect me to do that, do you?
Of course I do.
I can't do that stuff.
Listen to the record. Listen to the music. Just do what the lurker says on there on the record then. That's all you gotta do. Get in the groove and be gay. You ready?
All right, go ahead.
Here we go. That's it.
What did you stop me for? I was just rolling, man.
You're supposed to waddle like a duck.
How can I waddle like a duck?
Well, it's easy. Just walk like you always do. Now, come on, let's get with it again here. Both of us together. That's it. Good.
I got the knack of it now.
That's it.
I got it now, Norton.
What are you doing?
Just brushing up on a little dancing, that's all. You wanted me to be a dancer, so I'm just brushing up.
Well, what is this crazy costume you're wearing?
This isn't a costume. This is what all of us cats wear. I got it. I'm hip, ready to go. I'm gone.
You're gone, all right. Ralph, is all of this because of what we talked about last night?
Yes, it is, and I'm taking you out tonight. I'm taking you dancing and roller skating.
Oh, Ralph, that's wonderful.
Now, hurry up and get dressed.
Oh,
wait a minute, before you get dressed. Here. Put this on. My pin. Put it on, Norton. Let's go. Do it. I can't wait. I can't wait.
let's sit here and wait for the boys to come out. Huh?
Okay, swell.
Here comes Ed.
Not bad, eh?
Fancy stuff. Oh, Ed, this has been a wonderful evening. First dancing and now this. Hey, we ought to do this more often.
You betcha.
Ed,
What?
where's Ralph?
Ah, he's coming. Hey, Ralphie, boy, hurry up in there. Boy, I'm telling you, that husband of yours is a real youngster, Alice. Where did you see him on the skates? I bet he's a real whiz. Come on, Ralphie, boy, in there.
Well,
Come on, let's go.
can't we skate around here?
Oh, come on, Ralph. Don't
on.
be silly. We want to go in and skate in the rink. Come on.
Go, there's plenty of room. I tell you, he's a real whiz. And I'm on, Ralphie, boy.
Look, haven't we had enough of this skating? Can't we go home now?
No, you gotta prove to Alice that you're young. Recapture your youth.
Capture my youth. I keep this up, I'll lose my old age.
Come on, let's get a little action here. Skate around the rink a little while. You get used to it.
Look, are we going to skate or aren't we?
We're going to skate. Be patient. Hey, you know what? One of my wheels is a little stiff. I think I'll get a little Earl on it. I'll be right back.
Say, Triggs, while we're waiting for Ed, how would you like some coffee?
Oh, all right. Might as well.
Ralph, Triggs and I want some coffee. You want to go over and get us some?
It's all the way over there.
Well?
All right.
You have a couple of cups of coffee, please?
Yes, sir.
Well, here you are.
What happened?
Spilled a little coffee. Well, don't make a big deal out of it.
Big deal, my best skirt.
All right, let's go.
Let's go now.
When we lift, just try to push yourself up.
I'm cooperating. Come on.
All right, are you ready?
Yes.
Oh!
Help me open my coat. Get easy, will you? I hurt my elbows. Bang! Zoom! You had to go roller skating, didn't you? Had to go roller skating. I want to go roller skating. That's what it is, roller skating. I could have broke my leg.
Ralph.
Don't Ralph me.
You were the one that said, you know, that you wanted to go roller skating. You were going to take me.
I was the one that said. I suppose I come home from work and said, let's go roller skating, huh? You were the one that said it. With the tunnel of love in the crazy house. Roller skating, bop contest. You know how embarrassing it is to fall down in the middle of a skating rink and can't get up? Everybody looking at me. Shut up! You didn't look any too good either, picking me up. It's embarrassing. What are you laughing at? Boy, I went down, didn't I? What a vibration! Every time you gave a tug on me and left your arms there. Boy, I'm telling you. You know something? I learned something tonight. Believe me, I did. I had a lot of fun. You know, doing all those silly things that we did reminded me of when we really were kids, Alice. Remember that? Mm-hmm. We used to go dancing and roller skating, everything, loop-the-loops. Remember when it was all over at night? We used to go to the Chinese restaurant and have some Chinese food. Had a whole dinner for 60 cents. I used to order the chop suey, you'd get the fried rice, then we'd split it. I kept asking the guy for bread. He says, we have no bread here. It's a Chinese restaurant. I said, how am I going to push it on the fork? I used to count him. He used to bring the bread. Boy, those were the days. I'm telling you.
Ralph,
Yeah?
you remember the dances we used to go to at the Sons of Italy Hall?
Yeah. They had some good bands in that joint, too. Isham Jones, Ted Fiorita, Little Jack Little.
Not to forget Basil Fomine.
Basil Fomine.
Johnny Metzler and his toy piano.
Yeah. You know something? Talking like this, it teaches you one thing. Acting young isn't what keeps you young. But if you got some memories, some good memories of when you were young, that's what keeps you young. Thinking about it in your old age, when you were a kid, all the things that you did. That's the whole secret of it. You know, it's a shame. I read someplace one time, and the guy was right about it, too. I think it was Bernard Shaw. He says it's a shame that youth has to be wasted on young people. It's right, too.
You know something, Ralph?
What?
I learned something tonight, too.
Yeah, what?
Well, I learned that I don't even mind growing old, as long as you and I grow old together.
Baby, you're the greatest.
That's the greatest stuff there, honey.
Can I see him? I keep him in the bedroom because it's warmer in there.
Okay.
Put him here. Oh, Alan! Isn't he a darling?
Oh, he's the most adorable thing I've ever seen. Is it all right if I pick him up?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Oh, I've never felt anything so cuddly in my whole life. Where'd you get him?
Well, Mrs. Manicotti went to the pound today to get a dog for her kids, so I went along with her. I took one look at this character, and I was a goner.
Did you ever see such eyes? What kind of a dog is he?
Well, he's a cross between a Cocker Spaniel and a French Poodle. It's, I guess you'd call it a Cocker Poodle. Trixie, you better put him back in the box, because I got to feed him now.
All right.
Yeah, look at that. Choice horse meat.
Horse meat?
Uh-huh.
Ooh.
Well, they must know what they're doing, Trix, because the dogs are nuts about it.
Oh. Is that going to be enough for him?
Oh, sure. You don't want to overfeed a puppy.
Oh.
Sweetheart.
Oh, isn't that sweet? Oh. Oh. Listen, does Ralph know about this yet?
Oh, no. I haven't told him yet.
Oh, you going to tell him tonight?
No, I think I'll wait till tomorrow morning. Because, see, the man at the down at the pound told me the dog's going to need shots. And Mrs. Manicotti's going to the vet's tonight to take her dog, so she said she'd take him along with hers.
Yeah. Well, once Ralph sees that sweet little face, he's going to love him.
I hope so. Say, Trix, how come you never got a dog?
On account of Ed. Oh, he loves dogs, but for the first few minutes that Ed's around a dog, he itches and wheezes and sneezes. Oh, it's something terrible. It's an allergy he's got to anything with fur on it.
Oh, gee, that's too bad.
Hey, you want me to drop the dog off at Mrs. Manicotti's for you?
Oh, Trix, that would be wonderful. And tell Mrs. Manicotti that I'll stop up there later, okay?
All right. Should I take the rest of the dog along?
No, I won't have to feed him till tomorrow morning when I get him back.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Don't drop him now,
No,
Trix.
I won't. Oh,
thank
sweet
you.
little fella. Bye. I'll see you later, Ralph.
All right, bye-bye. Hiya, Ralph. I'll have your supper ready for you in a minute.
Oh, don't go to any trouble. I'm not going to eat here. I'll eat over the lodge. I get just enough time to wash up and get over there. We got another emergency meeting.
Again? Ralph, you had an emergency meeting last night.
So?
So, do you realize you raccoons have more emergency meetings than the UN?
Just so happens that the raccoons have more emergencies than the UN.
Hey, there, Al. Well, is lovable big stuff home yet?
Yes, he's inside washing up. Ed, do you realize they have another emergency meeting tonight at the lodge? That's the fourth emergency meeting in this past week. I'm beginning to think those emergency meetings are nothing but a poker game.
Oh, wait a minute, Alice. Wait a minute. I'm surprised that you even think anything like that. An emergency meeting is an emergency meeting. Never a poker game. An executive meeting, that's a poker game.
Will you tell your lodge brother for me that I'm up at Mrs. Manicotti's?
I will do. Al told me to tell you that she's up with Mrs. Manicotti. Boy, this is delicious.
Norton, if I ever ran into you when you weren't eating, I don't think I'd know you. What kills me is you eat and you eat and you eat and you don't even gain a pound.
I guess it's my nature or my basic metabolism or something, I don't know. As long as I can remember, I weighed exactly what I weigh now, 165 pounds. As far back as I remember, 165.
Gee, I remember when I used to weigh 165. Did you ever see a picture of me when I weighed 165 pounds?
No, Ralph, I never did see any of your baby pictures. Hey, let me tell you, your wife, Alice, really outdid herself with this stuff. This is just delicious. Here. Bite it up.
Hey, that's great.
How about that?
It's got a real different taste to it.
You really can. You're a lucky guy. Anything Trixie ever fixes for me is right out of the can. Now, if this come out of the can, that would be different. This is terrific.
Norton, well, you just gave me $1 million idea. All I have to do is put this stuff in cans.
Ralph, you're sitting on a gold mine. You can make $1 million.
I don't care if I make $1 million. This is the thing I've always wanted to do for Alice. Why should she cook just for me and just have me enjoy it? I could put it in cans and the whole world can enjoy her cooking. I'm going to make her rich and famous. I'll run the whole business for her. All she'll have to do is sit back and collect.
Boy, oh boy, that is a worthy sentiment. I mean it. Now, all you got to do is get a hold of Alice and get the recipe. Then we're off.
Now, that's the last thing I have to do. All I have to do is tell Alice that I got a scheme to make money, and she'll say it's a crazy scheme.
But look, if you don't get a hold of Alice and get the recipe, how are you going to sell this stuff? What are you going to do?
Very simple. The first thing I got to do is get some financial backing. Now, tomorrow when I go to work, I walk right into Mr. Marshall.
Mr. Marshall, the president of your bus company?
Why, certainly. He's a swell guy. Last year, for instance, there was some guy named Herman Fat Rat. And he had some kind of an invention. It was a wrench lock. Well, he took it into Marshall, showed it to Marshall. Marshall liked it, gave him some money, and now he's got a whole factory going for himself. Called Fat Rat's Factory.
Not bad, Ralph. But have you got an idea on how to present this stuff here to your boss?
I don't need any idea. I'll do the same thing we did. I'll let him taste it. He'll be sold on it just like we were. Now, as soon as he puts the money in my company, and Alice knows that my boss has got money in this thing, she'll be proud to give me the recipe.
Ralph Kramden, I gotta take my hat off to you.
Now, let's see. We gotta get some kind of a name for this.
Yeah.
How about this? Kramden's Delicious...
Now, wait a minute. You mean Kramden's Delicious. Mr. Marshall is putting up the money for this thing. You gotta get his name in there someplace.
You're right about that.
Hey, how about this? Kramden's Delicious Marshall.
What's the matter with you? Are you a nut or something? Kramden's Delicious Marshall. What kind of stuff is Marshall?
Well, we don't know what this stuff is. You might as well call it Marshall.
Look, I told you I was going to give you a job, and that when you're with me, you're going to have a job for lifetime. I've said that time and time again. Now that we've got a winning solution to our problems, I'm still going to give you the job. But you're not going to be in the advertising department. This takes a simple little thing like a combination of names. Cranmars.
Cranmars what?
Cranmars Delicious Mystery Appetizer.
Oh, you got it. Now you got Cranmars Mystery Delicious Appetizer.
Delicious Mystery Appetizer.
Cranmars Delicious Mystery Appetizer. That's a catchy story. Oh, boy, you got it there, Ralph. That's beautiful. Let me tell you, you've been in many a venture that's failed and flunked and everything, but this one, I think you're going to hit it. I think you're going to make a fortune, and pal of mine, you deserve it.
Thank you, Cram. Thank you, my boy. A toast.
Thank you.
It just goes to prove what I've always said. Every dog has his day. Thank you very much. Morning, Mr. Marshall.
Hello, Kramden. What can I do for you?
Mr. Marshall, I have $1 million in here.
Well, you must have had a mighty good day on the bus.
Very good. Very good. Well, it's like the men say, Mr. Marshall. You're a good guy. All of the fellas say the same thing. They say you're a guy that likes new ideas and a fella that you can come to and get advice, sometimes even financial assistance. Mr. Marshall, I have here a fortune. My wife made a whole bowl of this last night, and I scooped some up to bring it over as a sample, and there it is.
What is it?
An appetizer, the most delicious you've ever tasted in your life.
Appetizer?
Sure, an appetizer. People go nuts over appetizers. Walk into any supermarket. All along the shelves, they got jars of appetizers. But the difference is that this is something new and different. That's what the people go for, something new and different. This is delicious. It would go great with cocktails, or for a snack, or on crackers, or to make small sandwiches, even those hors d'oeuvres.
Hors d'oeuvres.
Huh?
Hors d'oeuvres.
They'd be good for that, too. Here, just taste this. Just taste it.
No, I better not, Kramden. I'm on a very strict diet. No.
How can this harm you? It's homemade, pal. Here.
Well,
take a little bit.
Just one if it's homemade.
Hey, this is very good.
What did I tell you?
I never tasted anything like it before.
Everybody that tastes it says the same thing, Mr. Marshall. This'll be a riot.
Yeah, well, I want to try it on someone else. Now, Miss Evans, please tell Mr. Peck I'd like to see him in here for a moment. Mr. Tebbets, too. Kramden, this appetizer has possibilities. If it's handled right, it could be a big thing. Now, tell me, is this your wife's exclusive recipe, or could there be someone else involved, like her mother?
Oh, her mother? No, her mother can't cook like my wife. Her mother-in-law's a nice lady and everything, but anything she'd cook, I wouldn't give it to a dog.
I'll have another one.
Go ahead, pal. Eat it up. There's plenty of crackers. Here they are.
See me, J.M.?
Yeah. You both know Ralph Kramden. Look, I wanted your opinion. Now, taste this appetizer and tell me what you think of it.
What's this all about, J.M.?
I'll explain later. Just tell me what you think of it.
Hey, the stuff was great. It was very good.
Yeah. I know I've never tasted it before, but there's something about the aroma I recognize.
Hey, this is dog food. Dog food? Are you nuts or something? Why should my wife make dog food? We haven't even got a dog.
Look, I could be wrong. Anybody can make a mistake.
Well, you certainly are wrong.
I don't think I am. But if you want to make sure, I'll get Charlie. He raises dogs.
Dog food. Boy, jealousy sometimes, I'm telling you.
Well, it better not be.
Yes, Mr. Peck? Charlie, do you know what that is?
I should know. I've been using this for years. It's dog food.
You know, Alice, a French name would be cute for him.
Well, I'll worry about a name for him after I get Ralph to agree to let me keep him.
I told you you're worrying over nothing. Once Ralph gets a look at that little face, he's got to fall in love with it.
Well, I hope so. You know something, Trix? I never realized what wonderful company a little pup is around the house all day. You know, this day just flew by.
Sure. That reminds me, I got to be getting back upstairs. Oh, goodbye, precious. If it wasn't for my Ed's darned old allergy, I'd get one just like you.
I'll see you later, Alice. Okay, Trix. Now, listen here. I want to tell you something. I have got work to do, and I have to do it right now. I don't want you getting it into your head that all I have to do all day long is just play with you. So it's back in the box. Okay? Here. Oh, don't look so sad about it. Come on, we'll go in the bedroom.
Hey there, Alice.
Oh, hi, Ed. Aren't you coming home a little early today from work?
Oh, no, I've been showing up to work an hour earlier. We're breaking in a new man there. Been with us a week. He's still wet behind the ears. Ooh. Say, tell me, Alice, has Ralph tried to get in touch? Excuse me. Has Ralph tried to get in touch with you?
No, bless you.
Excuse me, has he tried to get in touch with you about anything today?
No. Have you got a cold, Ed?
I didn't have a minute ago. Touch me here, will you?
Here?
Yes! What? This usually only happens when I'm around dogs. You got a dog?
Yes, I have, Ed. Maybe you better go.
Oh, no. I'm all right. It's just whose dog is it?
It's mine. I got it at the pound. But please don't say anything to Ralph about it before I do. He doesn't think we should have a dog in the apartment.
Oh, no. I won't. I like the look of the dog, if you don't mind.
Well, do you think you should, Ed?
Oh, I'm all right. It's just... Just after the initial attack is over, then I'm all right. I want to look at the pooch. Hey. Hi there, little poochy boy. Oh, what a beautiful dog this is. Hey. He looks like one of those make-believe toys, you know, like you wind up. He's beautiful.
I hope Ralph will like him as much as you do, Ed.
Oh, boy, I'm telling you, when Ralph sees this little fella, he'll go out of his mind.
Put him back in the box, because I gotta feed him now.
Supper in bed, huh? Boy, they talk about a dog's life.
Alice! Oh, Alice!
There it is, the voice of doom.
What is it, Triggs? Come on up. Your mother's on the phone. Oh, I'll be right up. Thanks.
Go ahead, go. I'll take care of the pooch. I'll feed it. What do I do?
Oh, you just take 2 spoonfuls of this dog food and put it on that plate and just give it to him.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Here it comes, Poochie. Here's your din-din. Boy. Heat up.
That smells mighty familiar. Grandma's delicious mystery appetizer.
All right, where is she? Where is she, Alice? Come on.
Upstairs on the phone.
Upstairs on the phone, huh? Today was the most humiliating day I've ever spent in my whole life.
Really?
How would you feel if you gave your boss dog food to eat?
Terrible, unless my boss is a cocker spaniel.
Dog food? It's a miracle I wasn't fired. I know who did it, too. Alice's mother. She come over here to cook me a tidbit. That's what she did. She don't care what Alice gives me to eat, just as long as Alice can scrimp and save and live around here in a lot of luxury.
Those ain't the facts, Ralph. Those ain't the facts.
They're not the facts, huh? Then why would we have dog food around the house and in our icebox? What, if we got a dog or something?
Ralph Kramden, you have just reached the first plateau.
What are you talking about?
I'm not talking about anything. I'm not saying anything. Just put your nose in that bedroom there. Just go in the bedroom, that's all.
Well, that animal is getting out of here immediately.
Wait, don't.
Don't tell me to wait. Alice knows she can't have a dog, and she knows why she can't have a dog. Who's gonna take him out, huh? Me. Me, that's who. And when the dogs have to get taken out? 5 minutes before I have to go to bed. That is around midnight. And if you think that I'm gonna walk up and down the street in the snow and the sleet and the rain, walking some muck back and forth, you're nuts. Alice is taking that dog back. Right back to the pound.
Oh, wait a minute. She ain't taking it back. It didn't cost her anything or anything. She's in love with that puppy. If you make her take it back to the pound, it'll break her heart and it'll cause a big fight, too.
You're absolutely right. It will cause a fight. So therefore, I'm not gonna have her take it back. I'll take it back. Back you go.
Wait. Just wait a minute.
Don't wait. Get out of my way.
Just give a good look at the dog. Will you just give
I
one
don't want
good
to look, a good look or a bad look. I'm taking him back to the pond. Now get out of my way.
Come on, just give him a look, will you? You know what? I know why you're afraid to give him a look. You're afraid that if you look into these brown, soulful, trusting eyes, that it'll do something to your heart. Just look. Look into those eyes, Ralph. Look.
Put him back in the box, Norton. Put him back in the box or I'm gonna do something to you. Get out of the way. Open that door. Open the door.
Ralph Kramden, you've just lost your membership card to the human race. I still say it's the best appetizer I ever tasted.
Pardon me, sir.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to return a dog that my wife got here yesterday.
Well, let me see now. Well, it's a good dog. You, say your wife picked him up here yesterday?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Kramden. Kramden.
I'll have to check the record first.
Okay.
You sure you want to get rid of this pup, huh?
Well, we have a small apartment.
Okay.
Here, give me this. that. I ain't got nothing against you. Honest, if I was gonna have a dog, I'd have a dog look just like you. It's just that, well, an apartment's no place to keep a dog, you know, and they're expensive and everything. Besides, somebody will come in and pick you up. Maybe somebody with a big backyard or something. Might even live in the country. Boy, you got some kisser. Honest, you'll see. This is probably the luckiest break you ever got that I didn't take you with me. Honest.
All right, here. Just sign this and I'll take the dog. Everything's in order. Thank you. There we go. Up you go, boy. That's it.
Something I can do for you, mister?
No. Say, tell me something. I just brought a dog back here. Will somebody pick him up and give him a good home?
I hope so.
What do you mean you hope so?
Well, a lot of people come here for dogs, but there ain't always enough people to take all the dogs we got here. We're only allowed to keep dogs here 5 days. We got a couple here now that have been over the limit.
Over the limit?
Yeah.
Well, what happens to them then when they're over the limit?
Gotta be destroyed.
Hey, wait a minute. You mean that dog I just brought in here, my dog, is gonna be destroyed?
All right.
Wait a minute!
Hey, come back.
Who do I see about getting a dog back?
Lost dog?
No, a puppy that I got here yesterday, and my husband brought him back today, and I want to get him right now.
Well, you'll have to wait till Mr. McGregor gets out here. He'll be out in just a moment.
Come on.
What are you doing with my puppy and these other dogs?
Look, I hope you're not gonna get mad, but I fell in love with him. And these other two are over their limit. Come on, I'll tell you all about it at home. Come on. Wait till you see these little ones. Did you see the new one? Let's take a look here.
Brother Raccoon. Quiet, please. Quiet.
Oh, here he is.
Brother Raccoons, as you know, we are gathered here for a very sad occasion. We are throwing this farewell party for one of our brothers, Brother Saxon here, who tomorrow night is walking the last mile.
Duh.
Because tomorrow night at this time, Brother Saxon will be a married man. Now, I think it only fitting and proper that we call on Brother Saxon to say a few words now, because this may be the last time he ever has a chance to open his mouth again.
I know.
Pale already.
Don't worry about him. Go ahead, brother.
I know that all of you brothers must have been joking about the things you said about marriage tonight. I'm very happy.
That's because you ain't married yet. Wait till tomorrow, huh? You are a riot. I think it only proper that, being he's going to be a relative of mine, shortly, I should say a few words at such an occasion. Gentlemen, I am sorry to say that I feel very sad tonight, because I am largely responsible for the predicament that he's going to be in starting tomorrow. You see, I introduced him to my sister-in-law, Agnes. So it is obviously my fault, because you can see that he doesn't know what he's doing.
I'm very happy.
There you are. That proves it. He's stoned. Well, there is a silver lining to this cloud. However, I think that I end up with most of the silver in this cloud. You see, he's marrying my wife, Alice's sister. So therefore, he is going to have the golden opportunity of sharing that sweet, dear old mother-in-law of mine.
Gentlemen,
hot tonight.
With your kind indulgence, Brother Raccoons, I'd like to propose a toast to Brother Saxon.
A toast.
Here is to you, Brother Saxon. May your life be rosy and bright. If you'll take the advice from an old married man, you will get out of town tonight.
And now, Brother Raccoons, now that the dinner and the speech-making is over, I propose that we go into the club rooms for a little entertainment.
Stanley, you look a little frightened. Well, don't worry. We were only kidding you, pal. Married life's a great institution. It's all how you look at it. Are you, Agnes, all set up with the apartment?
Well, not yet, Ralph. We won't need one for a while. You see, when we come back from our honeymoon, we're going to move in with Agnes's mother and father.
Your what?
We're going to move in with Agnes's mother and father.
You can't do that, Stanley. You'll be making the biggest mistake of your life. Take it from me, I know. When Alice and I got married, we moved in with them, you know. Just for a short while, till I got on my feet and got straightened out. They were 6 of the most miserable years I ever spent in my life. You won't be allowed to make one decision by yourself. And they'll keep telling you that you're only a guest in a house.
Oh, I don't know, Ralph. They seem like nice people.
They seem like nice people? Sure they seem like nice people. Now they seem like nice people. Boris Karloff seems like a nice guy when he starts on a Red Skelton show, too, you know. You ever see him in Frankenstein? That's the real Karloff. And you'll meet the real relatives when you move into that house.
But it's too late now, Ralph. Agnes has already made up her mind.
Agnes has made up her mind? Agnes has made up her mind?
Agnes has made...
What's the matter with you, Stanley? This is the USA, the 20th century. She made up her mind. Who cares if she made up her mind? Don't forget, you are the king. Because a man's home is his castle. And in that castle, you're the king. You're the king of your castle.
Yeah, but Agnes was very definite about it, Ralph. I don't want to argue.
Well, if you don't want to argue, what are you getting married for?
Stanley, if you take my advice, tomorrow afternoon when Agnes says I do, that is the last decision you allow her to make. From there on in, show her who wears the pants. Now, a little toast to Stanley.
All right.
Who is the king of his castle.
To the king!
To the king!
Ralph, I can't get over what a lovely bride Agnes made. Ralph? Ralph?
Go ahead and laugh. Go ahead, Garrity. Laugh all you want. For your information, I did not rent this from an undertaker. Boy. I want to tell you something. The neighbors that live in this house certainly kill me. You'd think they never saw anybody in a top hat before.
Oh, they're just jealous, Ralph, because you look so good.
You can say that again.
I was just thinking, Ralph, what a beautiful bride Agnes made.
Yeah, she did at that. Well, why shouldn't she? She's been practicing for 20 years. I never saw a dame so anxious to get married in all my life.
Ralph, how can you talk like that? Agnes had plenty of chances. Stanley wasn't the only one who wanted her to get married. There were plenty of others.
Oh, sure there were. Sure there were plenty of others. I can name 3 myself. A mother, a father, and a caterer.
I didn't mean that, Ralph, and you know it. My pearls are caught again.
Yeah.
Agnes was just waiting for the right fella to come along.
She was waiting for the right fella. Waiting for the right fella. Did you see what she did at the reception? Threw away her bouquet, and from force of habit, she ran and caught it herself.
She did not.
She didn't, huh?
No, her foot slipped.
Her foot slipped? Wish my foot could slip like that. I'd be playing center field for the New York Giants.
Or Ralph, that's enough about Agnes. She's married now, and she's very happy.
Yeah, you're right, sweetie. She is happy. She sure is in love with that Stanley, too, and he's in love with her. That's the main thing. It's like you and me, see? We have arguments and everything, but you know that I love you, and I know that you love me.
That's right, sweetheart. That's all that counts. I'm going to make some coffee, Ralph. You want some?
Nah, I'm tired. I didn't think that reception was going to last that long. I'm going to bed. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to put this in a box. The first thing in the morning, take it back to McLeod's. Because if I help 1 minute after noontime, I got to pay a whole day on it.
All
so
right.
take it right back.
I will, Ralph. Come in.
Oh, he's a beast. Stanley's a beast, Alice. We just had the most terrible fight.
What happened? Oh, now, come on, Agnes. Now, crying's not going to do any good at all.
Hey, what is she doing here?
Please, Ralph, Agnes and Stanley have just had a terrible fight.
A fight? Already? At least we waited till we got on a train.
Stanley's a beast, Ralph. He's a beast. I don't know whatever came over him. He was such a nice, quiet man. Anything I said he thought was wonderful. And now he's a beast.
Well, what did he do?
Well, after the reception, he just changed. He suddenly started talking crazy. He said we're not going to move in with Mother and that he was king of the castle. And then he said something crazy. Something like Boris Karloff dancing on the Red Skelton show. About this being the 20th century.
Why, Ralph, what do you suppose made Stanley change like this?
What are you asking me for? How do I know what made him change? I think I had something to do with it.
Don't be silly, Ralph. It's just that he's a friend of yours.
Alice, can I stay here for the night? I'm too ashamed to go home to Mom and Dad.
Now, wait a minute, Agnes. You're married now, and no matter what, your place is with your husband.
Oh, he's a beast. I never want to see him again as long as I live.
Oh, well, as long as you feel like that, maybe you better stay overnight. I tell you what, you and I can take the bedroom, and Ralph can sleep out here.
That's right, sweetie. You go ahead in there. Wait a minute! You're going where and I can sleep where?
Oh, all men are beasts.
Please, Ralph. Now, that's enough now, Agnes. I'll loan you one of my nightgowns, and you better get right to bed. Oh, dear, there's only one left. The rest are in the laundry. I tell you what, you take this, and I'll wear a pair of Ralph's pajamas.
Oh, thanks,
All right, Miss Dorothy Dix, fixer of marriage problems. Fix my sleeping problem.
Well, why don't you bring the cot up from the cellar?
I can't because the cot is busted in the cellar.
Well, Ralph, can't you sleep on something out here?
Sure I can, sure. Bring the bed from in there, put it out here, and I'll sleep out here. Don't worry, there's plenty of places to sleep here. I can sleep in a sink if you want me. Not only can I get a good night's sleep, but I can wash up at the same time. Even sleep in the oven or in the icebox. I got it. I'll sleep with my head in the oven, my feet in the icebox. Then I'll have a hot head and cold feet. Just to break the monotony, I'll switch around every hour or so.
Ralph, it's only for a night. Now, by tomorrow morning, Agnes will see things differently. This is a very crucial point in their marriage, Ralph.
Why?
If we send her back to Stanley now, she may never get over this.
Well, why must we always get people together? Why doesn't somebody get us together? Why do I have to sleep in the kitchen?
Well, Ralph, if you don't want to do that, it's only one other thing that I can think of to do.
Well, if you got something else to do, tell me and we'll do it.
All right, we'll just put our coats on, get dressed, and go over and talk to Stanley and find out what made him change and started this whole thing.
All right, let's go. We'll go over and we'll put it to him. What made you... Go ahead to bed.
Ralph, you just said...
Go to bed. I got a big mouth.
put some coffee on now, Agnes. You just stay right in bed and rest a while.
Oh, thank you, Alice.
Ralph. Ralph. Time to get up.
Mm-hmm.
Time to get up.
Mm-hmm. Oh. We gotta do something about this mattress, Alice. It's murder. You don't have to get up yet. I'll put the coffee on. I'll go in the kitchen.
What happened?
I fell down the stairs. That's what happened. What is the bedroom doing in the kitchen? Aha. Has she gone?
Could I borrow one of your dresses?
Oh, sure, Agnes. Try the blue one. I think that one will fit you.
Yeah, you can wear one of my suits, too, if you want it.
Hey there, Uncle boy. That's a good word. Well, I guess Agnes and Stanley are up in Niagara Falls now, huh?
Yeah, well, if Stanley's up there, he's up there alone. She's here. Agnes is in the bedroom.
Agnes is here?
They had an argument, a big fight, right after the reception.
Boy, let me tell you something. I heard of husbands and wives taking separate vacations. The first time I ever heard of separate honeymoons.
They're not on their honeymoon. They had a fight, I'm telling you. She's got to get out of here. Well, now, look, is she going to leave here or is she going to stay?
I'm afraid she's not going to leave, Ralph. And the way she's talking, she never wants to go back to Stanley again.
She never... What, do I got to sleep in the kitchen for the rest of my life?
Please, Ralph. She's going through a terrible ordeal right now. She's going to come out here any second. Now, please, whatever you do, don't do anything to upset her. Now, just try and say something pleasant, something that might cheer her up a little bit. And you too, Ed.
No. Well, look, Alice, you can count on me.
Oh, well, don't you look nice, Agnes?
Yeah. Boy, you look nice.
Well, hello, Agnes. By the way, I ain't seen you since the wedding. Congratulations.
What's the matter with you?
Well, Alice said to be cheerful, didn't she?
Oh, it's not his fault, Ralph.
It isn't, huh? Well, something's got to be done, and she's got to get out of here. I'm telling you that.
What did they fight about? Well, why don't you tell me? Maybe I can think of something. What did they fight about?
Ed, that is the strange part about this whole thing. You know what a quiet and mild person Stanley's always been all his life. Well, do you know that right after the wedding he changed? But nobody knows what happened to him. They got in an argument over moving in with my mother, and he absolutely refused. Then he started to rant and rave and carry on about how he was going to wear the pants in the family, and he was king of the castle, and how man is the boss.
Oh, wait a minute. King of the castle? That strikes a bell. Now, wait a minute. King, I heard that something.
Why don't you go home?
No, wait a minute. King of the castle. I heard that someplace. Now, just a minute. If I can think of where I heard it, it may clear up this whole thing. King of the castle. I got it right in the back of my head. What'd you do that for?
You said you had it in the back of your head. I was trying to get it out. Who cares where you heard it or what it was? Doesn't make any difference what kind of an argument we had. Our problem is to get her back with him. I got it. First of all, she thinks Stanley's a beast because he started to boss her around, right? Want to be the master of the household, the head of the whole thing? That's why she thinks he's a beast, right? All we have to do is make Agnes believe that all husbands are that way, and she'll think he's normal, and she won't think he's a beast.
What are you talking about?
Look, tonight we invite Stanley over here for supper. We don't tell her anything about it. Now, I'll come home from work. As soon as I come in, I'll walk right up to you, and I'll start giving you orders. Do this, do that, do this, do that. And you say yes, sir, and no, sir, and do all that. And she'll see what goes on. She'll realize how husbands are, and she won't think Stanley's a beast.
Good. I can help out, too. I'll come downstairs a little later, and I'll say that I gave Trixie some orders to do, and she did them because she agrees with me that a man is boss of the house, eh? Beautiful.
Oh, it's the silliest thing I ever heard of.
It is? Well, have you got a little better solution to this? Go ahead, tell me about it, we'll do it.
Well, that part of it's just plain crazy. I will admit it's not such a bad idea getting the two of them together here
You
for
bet
dinner.
your life it's a good idea. And it'll work. Mark my words. Take it from me.
Just listen to him, will you, Alice? Because a man is king of his castle. A man is boss of the family. I think I know where I heard it, Ralph. The king of the castle.
Get out!
What's the matter with you, Ralph? What did you chase him out of here for?
I just don't want him around here, that's all. Now, about tonight. We'll have some roast beef, mashed potatoes. We get some peas and carrots.
Yeah.
Make some of that gravy.
Excuse me, I just wanted to tell you one thing where I heard that line about king of the castle. I heard it in the Robin Hood motion picture. Richard the Lionhearted said it to Friar Tuck.
Gee, Alice, I didn't know you were setting the table. I would have helped you.
Oh, that's all right, Agnes. I'm almost finished anyway.
You said 4 places. You having company?
Well, I was going to tell you anyhow, Agnes. Come in.
Stanley!
Agnes, sweetheart.
I knew this would happen if you just saw each other.
Oh, Stanley, I'm so happy. I never should have left you, not even for a minute. Can you ever forgive me?
Forgive you? It was all my fault, darling one. I should never have talked the way I did, sweetheart. I never should have listened to Ralph.
Well, that's all past now, sweet face. We're together again, and that's what counts.
Stanley, what was that you just said about listening to Ralph?
I never should have listened to him, Alice. The other night at the bachelor party, he was telling me I should lay the law down about moving in with Agnes's mother and father, and that I should let Agnes know right away that I was king of the castle and boss of the family.
How dare he interfere like that?
Oh, I knew it couldn't be Stanley's fault. It's all your husband's fault, Alice.
Oh, just wait until he gets home.
No, he's a beast.
Well, I see that you're home. I didn't think you'd get here so soon. Back together again, eh? I'll be with you in a minute. Now, look here, Alice. As you know that this is my house, I can't see why we should have any discussion as to your understanding when I tell you to do something. Now, you know it's my house. You know that I'm the master of my house. And being the master of my house, I'm the one that gives the orders. I gave you an order. The master gave you an order this morning. But as I look around, I see that my order from the master wasn't carried out. Now, the master's wife is supposed to obey. Why didn't you obey and have my robe and slippers laid out so that when I come home from a hard day's work, they're there for me to slip into conveniently? Tut, tut, none of your feeble excuses. I can see that you're ashamed of yourself. The master forgives you. I'll not say another word about it. Just run in there, get my robe and slippers, and I'll call the whole thing off. The master has spoken.
Bag filled. Why don't you blow away?
What's the matter with you? Don't talk to the master like that. Go in there and get it.
Ralph Kramden, how dare you interfere in their marriage? Putting all those crazy ideas into Stanley's head. He has just told me everything that you told him at that bachelor party.
I might have known it was all your fault, Ralph.
I shouldn't have listened to him, sweetheart.
Oh, it wasn't your fault, Stanley. He's been a troublemaker ever since he got into our family.
Well, Ralph, I hope you're satisfied.
Hi, old folks. Hey. Hi, Stanley. So you're still here. I want to talk to you just a little while.
First, I'd like to talk to you, Alice. Trixie said that you wanted her to go to the movies with you tonight. Well, she can't go to the movies tonight. You know why she can't go? Because I said that she can't go. No particular reason. I said that she can't go, and I am the boss of my house.
Stanley!
Oh, Agnes.
Alice, I had no idea it worked so fast.
Would you mind leaving the premises?
All right. I see that it's another one of your well-calculated plans that went to pot.
All right. I did it again. Did it again with my big mouth. I learned a lesson, though, this time. A real good lesson. If there's anything a man or a woman shouldn't do, it's get mixed up with somebody else's marriage. It's tough enough for young people to get along today without somebody butting their nose in, telling them how to run it. They can do it. Everybody else has done it. They need no help. Nobody, do this, do that, do it this way, do it that way. They can handle the whole thing by themselves. We did it. We had our arguments, but we settled them ourselves. And do you know why? Because there was nobody around to pick and pick and pick at us. That's why. Imagine me telling somebody how to run their marriage. You know what I'd do if anybody tried to tell me how to run our marriage? Ho-ho! Bang, zoom! I'm sorry, sweetheart. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Ralph.
Baby, you're the greatest. Well, sweetheart, I see you have my favorite dessert, chocolate fudge cake.
Yeah, but it's not for you, Ralph. It's for that new neighbor that moved next door. All the women in the building are making him a little something, you know, sort of like a welcome gift.
Oh, so they finally rented Fogarty's old flat, huh?
Yeah.
When do they move in?
This afternoon, only it's not a they, it's a he.
Oh, yeah? What kind of a looking guy is he?
Oh, I don't know, Ralph. He's kind of tall and has gray hair. Why don't you go over and meet him after supper?
I will.
Listen, honey, I've got to go up and get the wash off the roof. Would you mind keeping an eye on the stew for me?
All right.
Okay. I'll be right down.
Okay, hon.
Hey, go, Ralphie. Hey, there, Ralphie boy. I was just going to visit a new neighbor. You want to come along with me?
I can't. We're going to sit down to supper in a minute.
Oh, well, Trixie made some potato salad and wanted me to bring it to him.
Oh, Alice made him one of those chocolate fudge cakes.
Oh, yeah? Boy, our wives are getting to be a couple of regular welcome wagons.
Well, I guess they feel sorry for the old guy living alone like that, you know.
Oh, he's an old guy?
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen him, but she says he's got gray hair and that he lives alone. Probably a widower or something.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that must be murder. Living alone like that, coming home from work, nobody there.
Oh, I know. I think I know sort of what it must be like. I had an old uncle that was a bachelor, you know. Every time he come home from work, nobody there. But what made it worse was he was a night watchman, see? Even when he went to work, there was nobody there.
You know, we don't realize how lucky we are. At least when we come home every night, there's somebody there.
Yep. Every night, there's always somebody there. Some nights there's two of them, Trixie and her old lady.
Yeah, but you know in your heart and soul, Norton, that you wouldn't trade your place with that guy next door for anything in the world.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. There's one consolation. He won't be living alone much longer.
What are you talking about?
After he eats Trixie's potato salad, he'll be needing a new nurse, and he won't be living alive.
Well, guy like that, I'll tell you what. Why don't we go after supper? We go next door and play a game of checkers with them. You know, old guys like games like that.
Good idea.
Yeah? Oh, pardon me, I was, just wondering if I could borrow a hammer. I'm just moving in and I have to open a crate.
Hey, how do you like that? I have two guys moving in today, him and the old guy next door.
But I took the apartment next door. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Carlos Sanchez.
How are you? Moving in next door?
Yeah.
An old guy, this boy looks pretty well preserved. You don't exactly look like the type that cares for checkers either.
Don't mind my friend, he's a little confused. Somehow or another, I got the impression that you were much older.
Oh.
Pardon me, my name is Ralph Kramden. This is my friend Ed Norton. He lives upstairs.
Oh, you must be Trixie's husband.
Yeah, I'm not Trixie's husband, yeah.
I met her a little while ago. A very lovely woman.
Oh, thank you. You got to meet quite a few people there in a short time, didn't you?
Well, I kind of like to know who my neighbors are.
Oh, well, you better get to know Trixie and me pretty fast because we may be moving tomorrow.
Oh, really? Trixie never mentioned it.
Trixie don't know it yet.
Don't you think you might have made a little mistake moving into a strange neighborhood like this, you know, knowing nobody, with you being all alone and everything? And besides, you know, this is kind of a noisy neighborhood. You might not get much sleep at night.
Oh, well, thanks for the warning, Mr. Kramden, but that don't bother me. You know, I won't be around here very much at nights. I work nights.
What are you, a garbage man?
No, I'm a dancer.
Dancer?
Yes, I do a Mambo and South American specialty. Well, I guess I won't be seeing too much of you fellows. You probably work days and are around here at nights. I'm just the opposite. I'll be working at nights, and I'll be around here all day.
You mean that while we're working in the daytime, you're going to be around here all the time?
That's right.
Come in.
Open up, Ralph. I got the wash.
Yeah.
Boy, this is heavy, Ralph.
Oh, here, Mrs. Kramden. Let me help you with that.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Where'll I put it?
Oh, right on the table will be all right.
You know, Mrs. Kramden, you shouldn't be carrying heavy things like this. Not with those delicate hands of yours.
Oh, thank you. That's very nice of you. I wish somebody else around here would be concerned about things like that.
Wait a minute. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times not to carry a heavy wash like that. Now, the next time you have a heavy wash like that, make 2 trips.
Thanks.
Here, Mrs. Kramden, you must be tired. You better sit down.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
And, by the way, Mrs. Kramden, if we're going to be neighbors, stop that Mr. Sanchez. It's Carlos.
Oh, all right, Carlos. By the way, what about having supper with us
He
tonight?
can't have supper with us tonight. He's opening some crates in there. That's what he come in here for, a hammer. I'll get it for you right now, pal. Here's your hammer. And if you don't mind, hasta la vista.
Well, I guess I better be going. And, thanks for the hammer, Mrs. Kramden.
What are you thanking her for? I gave it to you.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Mr. Kramden.
All right, casa mananas.
Mr. Norton, give my best to Trixie.
Supper for Alice.
He certainly is sweet, Ralph. Such a gentleman.
Don't call me Mr. Sanchez. Call me Carlos. The dirty old...
Hey, I almost forgot. I gotta get the potato salad, too.
Wait a minute. Are you nuts or something? What? You mean to tell me after getting a good look at that guy and knowing what kind of a fella he is, you're going to give him Trixie's potato salad?
Well, certainly. This'll fix his wagon. Before I started eating Trixie's cooking, I was a regular Clark Gable.
Norton, you're beautiful.
Well, listen, Ralph. As long as we're neighbors, you don't have to call me Norton. Call me Eduardo.
Get him!
Together, left step together, left step together. That's right. You're doing it very well, girls. That's wonderful. You're doing it better every day. Now I'm going to put on some mambo music, and we'll see how it sounds with that. Then tonight you can try it with your husbands when they come home. Let's see, what have we got here? Tito Rodriguez, claves for mambo.
Oh, pardon me, Carlos. You think I have the hip movement all right?
Oh, that's fine, Mrs. Manicapi. That's just fine. You are going to be a wonderful mambo dancer. All right, here we go.
Teaching us to do the mambo.
That's right, Ralph. Carlos was just teaching us to do the mambo.
Oh. Carlos was teaching to do the mambo. Oh, that puts a different light on everything. For a minute there, when I walked in here, I didn't know what you were doing. Now I know. Carlos was teaching to the mambo. That makes a world of difference. Everybody! And you, at your age, should be ashamed of yourself. Now out!
All right, girls, I guess we better call it quits for today.
Quits for today? You'll call it quits for today? Tomorrow, next week, next month, and next year you'll call it quits. And as for you, Rudolph Valentino, out!
What is the matter with you, Ralph?
What's the matter with me? What's the matter with me, Alice? I come home from a hard day's work and you're going like this. And you want to know what's wrong with me?
Oh, Ralph.
Don't you owe Ralph me. How long has this been going on?
Only a few days, Ralph. When Mrs. Stevens found out that Carlos was a mambo dancer, she asked him if he'd teach it to us girls.
Oh, Mrs. Stevens asked him if he'd teach it to you girls. A mambo dancer has to move in next door. It couldn't be a cook or a chef so he could teach how to cook.
Ralph, what's so terrible about learning to do the mambo? Everybody does it now.
Everybody does it, Alice? Everybody does it?
Well, I don't mean everybody.
You said everybody does it. I don't know anybody does the mambo. I don't do it. Norton doesn't do it. My grandmother never did it. Tell me everybody does it.
All right, Ralph. Let's just not discuss it anymore.
We won't discuss it anymore. Your mambo days are over. You want to wiggle over to the stove and get my supper. Mambo. No. Wait a minute. What's that?
Tuna fish. We're going to have tuna fish salad.
Tuna fish? What am I, a cat or something? Why can't I have a hot meal? I'll tell you why I can't have a hot meal. And you're doing this.
All right, Ralph. I guess the lesson lasted a little longer today, and I lost track of the time.
Oh, is that why? Because the lesson lasted a little longer? I suppose every man in this building is going to have a cold meal, including him. Well, let me tell you something. I know whose fault it is. I know whose fault it is. It's Carlos's fault. And it's not only the mamba. It's not only the mamba, Alice. Not by a long shot it isn't the mamba. It's the other things he does, the fancy manners he has and he parades around with. That's putting nutty ideas in your head.
Sure, Ralph. You think he's a troublemaker. Well, I have got news for you, Ralph. You and Norton and some of the men in this building can learn an awful lot of things from Carlos. He happens to be a gentleman, Ralph, and that seems to be something that you have forgotten all about. He treats us like women. That's something you've forgotten, too, Ralph. You seem to have forgotten that I am a woman.
I forgot that you're a woman? How could I? You're always yapping. What do you mean I don't treat you like a woman? I treat you like a woman. I let you sew, I let you cook, I let you wash the windows, I let you clean up. Boys don't do that, Alice.
That's right, Ralph. That's all a wife is to you, Ralph. Just a handy utensil to have around the house. A wife can cook and slave and clean for you all day long. You would never think of saying something pleasant to her. You wouldn't even think of doing a simple little gentlemanly thing like tipping your hat.
Now, get my stuff!
Get yourself!
You're gonna do the Mambo. You're gonna do the Mambo, but it's gonna be in the moon. I know what you're going through. You don't have to tell me.
I know what
Everybody in the house is doing it. You know whose trouble it is, don't you? You know who's making trouble? Carlos Sanchez. Oh, sure. He wants everybody to do the Mambo and teach him nice manners. All I know is that Alice was satisfied with me for 15 years. Now she wants to change me.
Oh, she's got a nerve. She's got a nerve. She knew when she married you she was getting the worst of it.
You can say that again. Well, I'm telling you that if we don't put a stop to that, Carlos, every husband in this building's gonna be in trouble.
Right.
Come in. Oh, hi, Mr. Manicotti.
Hello, Mr. Kramden. My wife, is she here?
Well, she was here a little while ago, but she left.
She leave a note on the kitchen table. She's coming down here for Mambo lesson. That woman is driving me crazy. All she think about is Mambo.
There you are, Norton.
She's crazy.
Sure.
All day long, she make her like this and like that.
I told you that Carlos is going to get us all in trouble.
Trouble? And my Angelina, she make her like this. She throw all the dishes off the table, everything.
Here, take her off.
Yeah.
Oh. You're just the guy I want to see.
When I left, I forgot my phonograph.
Well, come right in, because I want to talk to you. You've caused about as much trouble in this building for us as you're going to cause. It's all over now, pal. I want to tell you something. You got some nerve parading around in front of our wives with the fancy manners. We have to eat cold suppers on account of your teaching them the Mambo. Let me tell you something. It's easy for you, you know, to play Sir Galahad. You don't do any work. When you go to work, you dance. That's no work. When we go to work, we work. Dirty work. Just notice the difference between my hands and your hands. That'll show you the difference in work. The difference between your hands and my friend's hands.
Oh, wait a minute. It's not fair to compare his to mine. I mean, I got mine in water all day.
Oh, shut up. Now, I'm warning you. I don't want any more trouble out of you, or you'll get yours.
All right, if that's the way you want it.
That's the way we want it.
Do you mind if I ask you fellows one question? If your wives want you to do these few little things for them, why don't you do it?
Why don't we do it? You want to know why we don't do it?
Yeah.
Want to know why we don't do it? Why we don't do it? Why we don't do it? Because it's too much trouble. That's why we don't do it.
Too much trouble. That's why we don't do it.
Well, perhaps I shouldn't say this, but don't you think your wives are worth a lot of trouble? Don't they go to a lot of trouble for you? Don't they cook and sew and darn and clean for you? Perhaps I look at things a little differently. After all, I haven't been able to find the right girl like you fellows have. But I know one thing. If I did find the right one, and she did all those things for me, I know I would do all I could to make her happy. Especially if all she wanted were a few little things like opening a door for her or putting on a jacket when I came to dinner. Well, don't worry, fellows. I won't give you any more trouble.
Wait a minute, pal. You're right.
Huh?
He's right. You see, the trouble with us guys is whoever we talk about married life to is married. Maybe now and then we ought to talk to a guy like you that's single so we'd know if we're well off or not.
Oh.
I guess Alice is right. She says we treat the women like they were kitchen utensils. Well, I'm going to be different. What do you say, guys? Let's start being gentlemanly and everything. And, Carlos, would you do me a favor?
Well, what is it?
Could you teach me the Mambo?
it'll be a pleasure.
Yeah?
Well, now, you just watch me and do exactly as I do.
Yes, sir.
Huh? Left.
Stay in bed, sweetheart. Don't forget, it's early Sunday morning. We don't have to be to church till 11 o'clock. You just stay in bed, and I'll fix breakfast and serve you in bed.
But, Ralph!
Now, tut-tut, sweetheart. Just lay there and relax, son. All right, now. Let's see, now. Where are the pots? Alice?
I'll get one for you, Ralph.
All right.
Here.
Thank you. Now,
Ralph, look.
back
Would
to
you
bed.
Just please let me make the
Back
breakfast.
to bed, Betty Bye. This is your day to relax, sweetheart. Stop buying these cheap matches. Alice, where's the oatmeal? All you have to do is tell me.
Ralph, look.
Thank
now,
you.
Wait a minute. Now, look. You go in and get dressed. Please, let me make the...
Tut. Get back in the bed.
But, Ralph.
I'll have it ready in a jiffy. Betty, bye. Oh, you're a good one. Alice, where's the coffee?
Ralph, will you please let me get the breakfast? I'm getting tired walking back and forth here.
Look, I'm going to cook the breakfast. Just tell me where the coffee is. I'll have it on in a jiffy.
It's right on top of the icebox, Ralph, in that can. But please, I don't want to have breakfast in bed. Honestly, I'd be much more comfortable out here.
All right, sweetheart. A lady's wishes are my desire. Sit right there. Sit right there, and I'll have everything fixed in a jiffy.
Well, Ralph.
What?
While you're fixing the breakfast, I'll just go in and make the bed.
No, stay right here while the oatmeal's cooking. I'll go in and make the beds. Alice, where are the sheets?
Alice. Alice. Be out in a minute, Fred.
Oh. Ah, Trixie, you didn't even wait for me. Let me do it.
Oh, Ed.
Out there, let me do what I try to do.
Oh, Ed.
Boy. Fling into him right there.
Hiya, Trix. Hiya.
Hello, Mrs. Kramden. It's nice of you to have us. My, what a beautiful place you have here. By the way, Mambo, anyone?
Not now, Ed. You've had me doing the mambo all morning.
Pardon me, Mrs. Kramden. Is your spouse on the premises?
He's in the bedroom making the bed.
Oh, what a gentlemanly thing to do. If you will allow me to take my leave, I will retire to the boudoir and join my bosom companion.
Well, Alice, we wanted them to be gentlemen, but this is terrible. Now, what are we going to do?
I don't know, Trix. Like they say on that television show, we asked for it. I think we're going to get it, too. I'm telling you something. Ralph has been driving me absolutely crazy in the past couple of days, pushing chairs onto me and opening doors for me. And now, just because it's Sunday morning, he's absolutely wearing me out making my breakfast.
You think you got it bad? Wait till I tell you what my Ed did. 2 o'clock this morning, he wanted to get a drink of water. So he wakes me up so he can tip his hat before he leaves.
No, really?
Yeah.
I tell you something, Trix, if he...
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Norton? Good morning. Would you care to partake of some breakfast with us?
Thanks.
Won't you sit down? Here you are. Sit down, girls. There we go. I'll have it for you in a jiffy. Done to a turn. There you are. Roll that around your mouth.
Ed, why don't you take this?
Oh, no. It's gentlemanlike to wait. I may wait till tomorrow.
Is there anything wrong, Alice?
Oh, no, Ralph. Nothing at all.
Well, let me get you some more, then.
No, Ralph.
What?
Please. Please, Ralph, don't do any more cooking for me. And if you don't mind, would you do me another favor? Please don't push any more chairs under for me, and don't open any doors, and please don't tip your hat anymore either.
Well, I don't understand this. I thought you wanted me to be a gentleman.
Well, I thought that's what I wanted too, Ralph. But I found something out. I found out I've been a pretty lucky girl. 15 years ago, Ralph, I married a man who was absolutely perfect for me. Only I haven't had sense enough to realize it. Would you mind doing me a big favor, sweetie? Would you go back to being the way you were?
Want me to go back to the way I was?
Oh, you too, Ed. Go back to the way you were.
You mean it, too?
Mm-hmm.
Open the door. I want to go home.
I'll see you later, Alice.
Okay,
Wait a minute. Come back here. Things are like they used to be. Follow me.
Are you, sure that you want me to go back to the old Ralph Frank?
I'm sure.
All right, then listen to this. Get something in your head, Alice. I'm the king here, remember that. This house is my castle. I'm the king. Remember that. King. You are nothing, a peasant. This is my house, my castle. I'm the king. Get my breakfast.
Say, Alice, are you sure you gave me Joe Muncie's number right?
Yeah, I think so.
There's still no answer. But I got a hold of everybody else, and they're all coming. They'll be here tomorrow night at 6.
Oh, that's wonderful. I hope you remember to tell Bill Cassidy not to breathe a word of this to Ralph at work. I want this to be one birthday that's really a surprise for Ralph.
Oh, you don't have to worry about Bill. He told me that if he had his way, he wouldn't even tell his wife about the party.
Oh, well, now listen, to make sure that it doesn't leak out, Trix, don't even tell Ed. Ed would be sure to tell Ralph.
Yeah.
Now, I've got my shopping list all made out for tomorrow morning. I'm going to serve sandwiches, ice cream, coffee, punch, potato chips, peanuts, chocolate cake with happy birthday to Ralph on it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, on second thought, I better make that coconut cake.
Why? Ralph's crazy about chocolate cake.
That's just it. I bought him a new belt for his birthday, and I want to make sure it fits the day after.
Oh. Well, you could always exchange it for a larger size.
There is no larger size. If this belt doesn't fit Ralph, then it's back to safety pins.
Oh, gee, Alice, the boys will be coming home pretty soon for the lodge meeting, so I got to get back upstairs. But look, honey, if there's anything else you want me to do for you, just let me know.
All right. Thanks a million, Trix.
Okay. Good night, Alice.
Night.
Hi, hon. Come on in, Norton. She's up.
How about a little pizza?
Yeah. How about a little pizza, Alice?
Oh, no, thanks, Ralph. I'm going to bed.
Going to bed?
Yeah, and Ralph doesn't want any pizza either.
What do you mean I don't want any pizza? I'm hungry.
Ralph, I made you a very nice salad, and it's in the icebox. Now, good night, honey. Night, Ed. Ralph? Salad.
Good night.
You, want me to take this pizza upstairs, sort of remove the temptation?
What do you think, I am a child or something? That if anything's in front of me, I gotta eat it? Who needs it? I got a salad. Not a bad one either. Everything on here is good for you. Got carrots for your eyes. Got beets for your blood. There's lettuce for your teeth. Everything's good. Everything's good for something on this plate.
Poor little pizza ain't good for nothing. Boy, I'm telling you, if pizzas were manhole covers, the sewer would be a paradise.
Will you stop waving that thing?
I thought you said it didn't bother you.
It doesn't bother me. You want to eat it? Go ahead and eat it. Just don't eat it and enjoy it so much.
You want some pizza?
Yes.
You can't have it. It's not that I'm selfish, that I don't want to give you any. It's not any good for you, that's all.
I didn't ask you for a half a pizza or a quarter of a pizza or even an eighth of a pizza. All I want is a teensy-weensy little piece to find out what it tastes like.
Well, all right, I guess a teensy-weensy little piece won't hurt.
And what am I gonna do with that?
What's the matter? Ain't enough for you? You want more?
Yes, I want more.
Look, if you wanted a teensy-weensy piece, why didn't you ask? This is an itsy-bitsy piece. This is a teensy-weensy piece. If you wanted an itsy-bitsy piece, which is bigger, then you should have asked. This is teensy-weensy.
Sit down and eat. Hey.
Wow.
What do you make of this?
Sandwiches, ice cream, coffee, cake, with Happy Birthday Ralph on it. Hey, looks like they're going to have a birthday party.
How about
that? This is a list of the people that are going to be invited.
How about that? She didn't forget my birthday. She's even going to run me a party.
Yeah. It's too bad you're not going to be here to enjoy it.
What do you mean I'm not going to be here?
You're not invited. Your name ain't on the list.
How about that? She's running a surprise party for me. I haven't had a surprise party in my whole life.
Well, it's too bad you've seen this, Ralph. I mean, she went to a lot of trouble ordering the groceries and inviting all these people. You probably break her heart.
You don't think for 1 minute that I'm going to let her know that I know that she's running a party for me, do you? I'm going to make believe I know nothing about it. You know, I'll act surprised. I'll come home tomorrow and I'll say, oh, what a surprise.
No, you don't do it. Look, listen to me, will you? You come home tomorrow night, you open up the door. There in front of you is a sea of faces. You're flabbergasted. You get choked up. You're right up to here. Your eyes start welling up with tears. You can't talk. You can't even find your voice. And then you finally... Look, let me be you. I'm coming in the door now. You tomorrow night coming in. Now watch. Right, see.
You woke her up. It's nothing, Alice. Nothing at all. Norton was just showing me something.
That's I just giving him a little acting lesson, Alice, when he comes home tomorrow night.
Nothing. Go to bed, hon. Shut up and eat your pizza. Alice?
For this room, I think I'll do the walls in green. Yes, a nice, cool, pale green.
Oh, it sounds wonderful.
Believe me, my dear, when I finish decorating this place, it'll be a different apartment. Now, all that remains is for you to okay my choice of materials for the drapes and furniture. I've got some samples here.
Uh-huh. Hi, Hal. Oh, Trix, the most wonderful thing has happened. I'm going to have my whole apartment redecorated.
No.
Yes. This is Andre. He's the interior decorator for Morgan's department store. And the most wonderful thing about it is that it's all going to be done for free. Morgan's department store is going to do the whole place for nothing.
Morgan's department store for nothing?
Yes. I went down to Morgan's this afternoon looking around for some curtain material, and I was just kind of browsing around, and then Andre came over, and he started to ask me a couple of questions, and next thing I knew, he had offered to decorate the apartment for nothing.
Well, you see, it's all part of an advertising campaign. Morgan's wants to show what you can do with a little money and a bit of ingenuity.
Trix, is going to be in the Sunday papers. Pictures of this apartment before and after.
But so soon?
Well, it only takes a day. They're going to come in tomorrow morning, and they'll all be finished by tomorrow night.
So we haven't much time, my dear. Will you look at these samples, please?
Oh, well, do we have to look at them now? My husband will be home any minute.
But surely your husband will be delighted.
Well, that's just it. I'd like it to be a surprise for him. And I hate to ask you this, but if you don't mind, could you come back a little later, say about 8 o'clock? Because my husband goes bowling tonight.
Alice, what about the birthday party tonight?
Oh, well, I canceled that, Trix. I called everybody up and I said, make it tomorrow night.
Oh.
See, with the apartment redecorated and all, it'll really be a surprise for Ralph.
All right. I'll be back around 8, and I'll see you then.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thanks.
Oh, may I ask, when was this apartment decorated last?
When? It was about 2 years ago when my nephew came in with an ice cream cone. Hi.
Oh, Alice, isn't he cute? And such lovely manners.
Yeah.
Oh, Ed used to have manners like that.
Well, so did Ralph.
What's happened to their manners anyway?
Don't you know? They swapped them for a marriage license. Oh, Andre left one of his gloves.
Oh.
I better hide it, because I don't want Ralph to know he's been here.
Yeah. Say, Alice,
Yeah.
I just put a hem in that new dress of mine, and I was wondering if you could come upstairs and see if I got it straight.
Oh, sure, Trix. I'll be right up, but I just want to go in and take these shoes off, because they're killing me.
Oh, all right. Well, look, I'll go up and get into it first, and you come up in the meantime.
All right, I'll be right up.
Okay.
Oh, what a surprise!
Oh, hiya, Ralph.
Hiya.
I'll get your supper ready for you right away, because I know you want to go bowling tonight. What are you looking around for?
Nothing. Just seems a little quiet here, that's all.
Quiet? Why do you say that?
I don't know, it just seems quiet.
Well, I should think you'd be thankful for that, Ralph. Any man who works as hard as you do all day doesn't want to come home to a noisy apartment.
I wouldn't mind it noisy now and then, you know, like once a year.
Well, I've got to run up to Trix's, Ralph.
Oh. You going up to Trixie's, huh?
Yeah.
Want me to come along?
What for? I'm only going to look at the hem on her dress.
Oh, gotta look at him.
Uh-huh.
All right, I'll wait down here. I'll be ready when you call me. Happy birthday, Ralph. Happy birthday to you, Ralph. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, Ralph. Happy birthday to you. Well, so it's upstairs, huh?
What upstairs? What's upstairs? What?
The party is upstairs in your place.
If there's a party upstairs, what would I be doing down here dancing with you?
I don't understand. Now, we saw the list of the food and the guests that were supposed to come, and she's all dressed up.
Wait a minute. I think I got it.
You know how?
Yeah. Alice makes out a list of the groceries she's going to get for the party. She makes a list out of the people she's going to invite to the party. And then she lets you find those lists right here, see? That's the surprise.
What?
There ain't gonna be no party! Get out! Get out!
Did you go up to Trixie's? Did you find out anything?
Didn't find out a thing.
I was just down to Manicotti. She doesn't know anything about a surprise party either. I don't understand it. Why should she call the party off? And more than a party, never once since we've been married has she ever forgotten my birthday. She always gives me a gift, at least. Wait a minute, that proves there's a party.
Why?
That's why she hasn't given me the gift yet. She's waiting until the party starts before she gives me the gift. I'll prove it to you. I'll find the gift. Don't worry, I'll find it. It's gotta be in here someplace.
Hey, nice-looking pair of gloves, Ralph. Where's the other one?
How should I know? They're not my gloves.
No, I guess they're not your gloves. The guy that left this here must be a real snappy dresser, huh?
What do you mean, the guy that left that here? Maybe Alice found it someplace.
Oh, that's right. She probably found it and brought it home and stuck it under the pillowcases there and put it in the back of the drawer.
Let me see that. Now, what would a man be doing up here in this apartment? And why should she hide his glove under some things in the drawer?
Wait a minute. Well, I know just exactly what you're thinking. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Alice is true blue.
You're right, Norton. I am ashamed of myself. I don't know what's the matter with me. I'm all mixed up on account of the party. That's what it is.
That's it.
I should be suspicious of her looking at another man. There's a laugh. With me around? You know, funny part about it is, when she dresses up good, like she's dressed tonight, she's the one that's in danger. Any guy that sees her's got to go for her like that.
Oh, sure.
But she'd never go for anybody. I'm not suspicious about her, boy. Not in the least. Not the least suspicious of her. What are you doing all dressed up?
Dressed up? You mean this old thing?
What do you mean, old thing? You've only had it a couple of years. Why are you wearing it now?
I decided I'd break it in. And besides, Winston Churchill was here to tea, and I couldn't greet dear old Winnie in just anything. I'll only be a minute, Ralph. I gotta match up some thread for Trixie, and then I'll come right down and fix your supper, because I know that you want to go bowling tonight.
What are you gonna do when I'm out bowling tonight, Alice?
Same as usual.
Well, I know that you mean you'll be all alone here, and, well, I don't think I should leave you alone tonight. I don't think I'll go bowling.
You won't go, but Ralph, you got it. Ralph, you go bowling every Thursday night. Now, isn't that silly? You go right ahead and enjoy yourself. Don't you worry about me. I won't be lonely.
There is something strange taking place in this house. There's something funny going on, Norton. Why should she call the party off? Why? Why should she get all dressed up? Now, what do we do from there?
Alice been smoking cigars lately?
That proves it. That proves it.
Now we know even more about him. He wears gloves, smokes expensive cigars, and he's got a guilty conscience.
Oh, why don't you shut up? Just a moment. Now I know why she called off the party.
Why?
Because he's coming here tonight, that's why. That's why she was so anxious for me to go bowling. Because he was coming here. Just wait till I get my hands on him.
Wait a minute, let me think just a minute. He left the glove here, left the cigar butt. I got it. Maybe Alice wasn't kidding. Maybe Winston Churchill was here today.
Ralph, it's 7:45. You're going to be late for bowling.
All right, Ralphie boy, how about a little bowling?
What is the matter with you? Here, my home is being broken up, my happiness destroyed, and you want to know if I'm ready to go bowling.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ralph. How about shooting a little pool? Well, look, just don't sit here eating your heart out and everything. Why don't you call your wife out here and let's clear the air? Get her out here and demand an explanation.
Oh, I got some case. Some case. You don't think she's going to admit to anything, do you? All I want to do is get my hands on that guy, that's all.
Well, it's not like we don't know anything about the guy. We know he wears the gloves and smokes the expensive cigars.
I know, and we're not taking any ads in the paper either. Now, look. That guy's coming here tonight. But if he knows I'm here, he's not coming in. She'll get word to him somehow that I'm here. All I have to do, if she wants to play that game, I can play the same game. She's anxious for me to go bowling, so this guy can come here and she can have a meeting with him. Okay. But I'm gonna fool her. I'm gonna fool her, Norton. I'm going bowling. But I'm not going bowling.
You're not only gonna fool her, you got me all mixed up.
Don't you understand? I'll tell her I'm going bowling. And I'll say goodbye. Slam the door. We open the window, we get out on a fire escape. And we stay there until this bum shows up. Then I can hear and see everything they do.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I mean, you're not gonna stoop so low as to go out there on that there fire escape and spy in here on your wife, are you? I mean, let's face it, that went out with the Stone Age when people were uncivilized, that's all. I mean, you just can't do a thing like that today.
Well, what am I gonna do?
Do what any civilized man would do. Hide a dictaphone here in the room.
Will you let me handle it my way? Take your collar. Here. Now, first of all, we open the window. It's stuck. Hold it. Help me with this thing. All right, now. Alice! Alice, honey, I'm going bowling now.
All right, Ralph. Have a good time.
Okay.
I'm going too, Alice. There won't be anybody here to bother you.
Don't worry if I'm not back early. I'm going to stop off after I play and have a little salad.
All right, honey. Take your time.
Okay, I'm going now.
Get them.
Come on.
I'll be right there. Oh, hello. Come in, Andre.
Hello, my dear. Is it safe to come in? Is your husband gone?
Oh, yes, it's safe. He's gone. He won't be home until late.
Oh, good. You know, I feel a little uncomfortable about this. I usually like to get the husband's approval.
Well, you know, right after you left, I was kind of thinking it over, you know, when you left this afternoon, and I thought maybe I'd tell him, but it's so much more fun this way.
All right, my dear, but you know, sometimes the husband comes up with a pretty useful suggestion.
Well, I really think this way is best. You know, Ralph has such old-fashioned ideas. He'd just make things difficult for you.
I see. Well, I've got it all arranged for tomorrow morning. What time does your husband leave?
Well, usually about 7.
7? I don't suppose it's possible to get him out any earlier, is it?
I could try, but I don't want to do anything to make him suspicious.
All right.
You know, I've gotten along this far without his catching on, and I'd certainly hate to do anything to spoil it now.
All right, I'll be here at 7:15. Oh, by the way, did I leave one of my gloves when I was here this afternoon?
Yes, you did, and I hid it in the drawer so Ralph wouldn't see it. I'll get it for you now. Well, now, that's funny. I know I put it in here. Now, where do you suppose that could be?
Right down your throat, you gigolo!
Ralph!
Don't you rough me! So I'm old-fashioned, huh? I got old-fashioned ideas and I'm difficult. Well, you see how difficult I make it for him to put his hat on. He ain't gonna have any head.
I'm through, Mrs. Kramden.
You're through? Will you help me out of here? Let me out of my way!
Just one moment. You listen to me.
I don't want to listen to nothing. Out of my way!
You listen to me. I'm going to tell you what you've just done, Ralph. We were going to have this whole apartment redecorated, new drapes, new rugs, new furniture, Ralph. That gigolo, as you call him, happens to be Andre, the interior decorator from Morgan's department store. And Morgan's department store, Ralph, was going to decorate this entire apartment for us for nothing, for an advertising stunt. Wasn't going to cost us 1 cent, Ralph, not 1 penny. And you had to go and spoil everything.
You don't want to go bowling. I mean, you don't want to go bowling now, dude. I'll go bowling. You don't want to go...
I'm a mokes. I did it again. Sorry if I'm jealous, but just the mere thought of any guy even looking at you is enough to drive me nuts. I don't know what to say or what to do. I wouldn't blame you if you never spoke to me again. What's that?
Happy birthday, Ralph.
Baby, you're the greatest.